This video contains subject matter that may be offensive and disturbing to some people. If you are the type to require a warning throughout a video or show, let this message serve as your warning. This channel discusses the harsh reality of true crime. If this warning is not sufficient for you, consider a different genre and unsubscribe from my channel immediately. What's going on, freakazoids? Hey, look at that. Good to see Cairo in there. It's been good to see some of the older, the regulars coming back again. Good to see Stacy. Cairo's coming in there. Steph May popped in here the other day. It's pretty cool. Yeah, I was reading, I went to the Wackos YouTube channel, and man, it's weird when you read the comments, that he's got like 1,000 views and 175 comments, and the things that people say about me, I was just look at it and go, wow, that's really your perception. It's amazing. But I wonder if it's really their perception, or they were just told something and that's just what they believe now, And they're so childish, it's it makes me even more proud. Like when the freaks are upset about something, they just generally type in normal, like, oh man, what an asshole or something. Those people are just, they call me gray pubes and all these weird, it's like, gray pubes? Wow, you're kind of sick, man. Wow. What made you even think of that, to be honest with you? I mean, were you picturing me nude or something? Or like, what made you think of gray pubes? That's pretty strange. Yeah, and they just go on and on and on, and it's just this whole... I don't know, it's just bizarre. I don't even know what to tell you. When I read it, to me it's funny. It's a little disturbing, It's like, wow, how could they possibly have that perception? None of them actually know anything about me at all. I mean, and what they don't realize is their fearless leader has threatened to murder people, and they say in the comments, where did he do that? I've shown you on the show, and it was done by the channel owner, because that's why it was in a certain color. I think it's like blue or something, and that's only done by the channel owner. He tried to claim it was a troll, but then later admitted it was him. Okay, and I have the screenshots of them, and I've played them before, and they're in a video, and he's not going to be able to escape that. He admits to doing it. He thinks it's okay to threaten to murder people. If you say anything about him or anything about his family, he can just threaten to murder you. And that's just not reality or true, so. It's absolutely crazy. I'm going to start making debunking videos on every single thing that he puts out that is disparaging to the family. I'll do the alternate video that actually puts out the truth, because it will be false when he puts that out. Okay, like when he puts something out about Kelsey, it's going to be false. Because his thing is he never got to know those people because they don't want to know him. And so if he knew them, he'd realize it was totally garbage. Yeah, I'll definitely do it. I'm going to do my debunking music and everything, go back to old school debunking, but then I'll still do my shows, of course. Got to do it, though. You need the, hello, rodeo clowns, Yeah, because it's absolutely crazy. I'm never going to the guy's name, but I'm going to say, yeah, the wacko YouTuber is making videos again. He always goes out and freely admits who I'm talking about, though. It's weird. I never use his name, though. It's oddly, But and he also removes comments if you say anything defending like me or disparaging towards what he's saying. He just gets rid of them. I don't think that's uncommon. I mean, people do that. But I'm just saying there are people that have tried to defend, but they go away. One of them's still up there, though. Yeah, just say wacko, yeah. Well, there's a few of them, though. That's the thing. There's a few of them. More than one. Yep. Yeah, so the other night we covered the case of Jennifer and Adrianna Wix. Remember that crazy one where, yeah, the whole thing where the boyfriend takes off at lunch, you know, he goes back home really quick at lunch, but, you know, then I guess Jennifer's on the phone a couple times, and we don't really know what happened there. Really odd case. We went over it, and Casey, the sister, actually came on for a while. So she sent me a timeline that she's had built, and she said I could go over it. And then maybe her and Jennifer's mother. Remember, we wanted the mother is the one that, you know, actually was on the phone with her, I believe. I mean, and experienced all those different events. Remember all the different times where there were things going on at the house. You know, the boyfriend wasn't allowed to stay there. Let me I gotta open up this other folder here that has the. So basically, this timeline will tell you the whole story over again. Welcome, Jennifer Dotson. Oh, well, thank you, Donna Scott, for the PayPal. The show just started. Oh, by the way, I sent out 8 of the notebooks today. So those are all been sent out. And right now we're on July 28th. We have tonight, tomorrow, the next day, and then our famous donation night. It's gonna be awesome. I think we'll be definitely over the $90,000 since 2020. Pretty good, huh? Probably closer to almost. I mean, you're probably pushing almost 92, really, because if we're at 88, yeah. I mean, if I can donate 3,000 on the 31st, that would put us at 91.8. That'd be pretty sweet. And then we'll be able to, in 2 or 3 months after that, get to the $100,000. We got to have like a really cool show for that, don't you think? All right, so I'm going to go over the timeline now, but the thing is, it only relies on you guys. Yeah, right, like right there, the Velvet Army. Thank you very much. You know, there's no ad revenue on live streaming YouTube for some reason. They almost always mark them not suitable for ads, so it's really just kind of comes down to super chats, PayPals, all those kind of things that help support the channel and thus the charity. So what you guys are doing is you're supporting the channel, and then you know that I'm going to also be supporting charities at the same time with the money. So Emmerdale, but stop watching now. I don't know what that means, but all right, here we go. I'm gonna go over this. You guys ready? Hey, thanks, Eugenie. Not Corvallis or Corvalli, but Eugenie. So here's the timeline. This actually happened in 2004. And we kind of have all the information now. I'm just trying to find other stuff. Yeah, so this happened in what was it? Like 2004 in March. Or actually, I think it was before that. Hold on, what did I have for the? Yeah, excuse me. Yeah, March 25th. So. Thank you, Kathy Friedenmaker. All right, so it says early 2003, Kathy Nail. So that's the mother, and that's her name now. She was married a couple different times where her last name was Casey, and that's why she named the one daughter Casey later, because after she had a few daughters, she told me the story today. After she had a few daughters, she knew that she wasn't going to have any more kids, and that the family name of Casey wouldn't be continuing on from her side anyway. So she decided to name her daughter Casey just to have the name go. Okay, so if it gets kind of confusing, that's one of the reasons. Yeah, so it's Casey's the sister. And let's see, the mother is Kathy Wix Holloway Casey Nail. I mean, so she's had all four of those names. Hey, thank you, Quietly Frozen. And I'm going to do an extra spin tonight because she let me know that she wanted to keep the spin going. Yeah, or pass it on, I guess is the term I was looking for. All right, so in early 2003, Kathy Nail and her youngest daughter moved to Las Vegas, Nevada, for a job promotion she had taken. Kathy's oldest two daughters, Heather and Jennifer, so Casey is the youngest daughter, and they moved to Las Vegas. Heather and Jennifer stayed in Robertson County, Tennessee, with family members. All right. So Jennifer Wix and Joey Benton. So Joey Benton is her boyfriend, and they were introduced by their cousin Jeffrey Grayson, and started dating. So that the aunts. Remember how there's an aunt that lives right up the road there? Let me get that up on the screen. Like the aunt lived right in this area. Hey, wow, thank you guys very much. And welcome, Kathy Nail. Hey, there she is right there.
I have no cat. It's been a while for me.
Well, thank you very much. Appreciate it. And so I guess the aunt lives sort of around in this area right here. I don't have the exact address. And her son, his name is Jeffrey Grayson. Okay, now he's the one that introduced Joey and Jennifer. So you guys all caught up now? I mean, that's just sort of the basic information right there. And let me see if I've got and the aunt's name is Lisa, it was Robertson at the time. Okay, so anyways, Jennifer Wix and Joey Benton were introduced by her cousin Jeffrey Grayson and started dating. Jennifer and Adrianna were staying with her aunt, and Adrianna is Jennifer's child. And that was actually Jeffrey's mom at the time. So remember when up in the first paragraph up there it said that when Kathy went to Las Vegas with Casey, Jennifer and the oldest and another sister named Heather, they stayed in the area and they were staying with the aunt. And that's when the aunt's son, Jeffrey, introduced Grayson, because they were friends, to Jennifer. All right, that should make complete sense at that point. All right, so then and that, by the way, that was Kathy Nail up there that just became a member, is the mother. So thank you. And then in the fall of 2003, so right now we're like 6 months prior to them being, well, apparently murdered now, because they've changed it to a homicide. No police report was filed, but Kathy received an alarming phone call of a very distraught Jennifer. She was crying and had been driven to her granddad's house by Joey's mother. Okay, so let's see. So Jennifer, let's see. Kathy received the call, the woman in the chat right there, the mother. She was crying and had been driven to her grandma's house by Joey's mother, Cindy Benton. So Cindy Benton is Joey, the live-in boyfriend of, later on, Jennifer lives in with Joey. So that's Cindy Benton is the mother. Jennifer explained that she had never been so scared in her life, that Joey had pulled a gun and threatened to hurt himself, Jennifer, and Adrianna. So he literally was going to, he threatened to kill all, hurt all three of them. And it says, then they broke up. Then Kathy, the mother, the woman in the chat right there, Kathy Neal, decided to move back with Casey from, I think, Nevada. Was it Nevada? Let me see. I can't remember now. Yeah, Nevada, Las Vegas, Nevada. They decided to move back to Tennessee to be closer to her daughter because she was worried about that situation. Thank you, Jennifer. All right, so where are we at here? And then Jennifer and Adrianna moved into the finished 2-bedroom, 1-bathroom basement apartment of her mother. So, when Kathy moved back with Casey, they got a house, and then Jennifer and her child, Adrianna, moved into the finished 2-bedroom, 1-bathroom basement apartment of her mother's home. Then in December, now we're about 3 months or 4 months prior to them being murdered and disappearing. They've never been found. On the 21st of December, there was an incident at Kathy's home, and then there's a police report that I don't have access to. Jennifer and Adrianna left to the Benton home. So let's see. So there was an incident at Kathy's home, and then Jennifer and Adrianna left to go to the Benton home. So that's Joey's home. And she and the baby lived in a barn referred to as the Party Barn by Joey and his friends. I actually have a picture of that barn, but I don't know if I can show it. They would party, meaning drinking and drugs were present around many bonfires there at the barn. After the incident in December, Jennifer was still in contact with members of her family, except her mother and sisters. So there must have been, I don't know what the incident was, but obviously it was a falling out sort of situation between Kathy and Jennifer, because she left to go to the Benton's house, and then after the incident in December, Jennifer was still in contact with some family members except for her mother and sister. Talked to Casey or Heather. And it says, except her mother and sister, where she had left with Joey at the December 21st incident. Joey was no longer allowed at Kathy's home. So that might be what it was, is like Kathy probably said, Joey's no longer able, he's not allowed to be here anymore. He's not good for you. And then she, maybe loving the guy or whatever, goes, well, I'm going to leave with him now. I don't know if that's actually how it went, but That sort of seems like a plausible situation, right? If you have any comments that you want to make in there, Kathy, go ahead. And then if it's something that answers a question, maybe one of the freaks will say, look at, and then I can check it out. After the incident in December, Jennifer was still in contact with, okay, we went through that part. Jennifer and Adrianna celebrated Christmas, so, December 25th, New Year's Eve, December 31st, and Adriana's second birthday at the Benton home with her other family members. So does that mean some of Jennifer's actual family members went over to the Benton's home? Like maybe the aunt and the grandparent, something like that? That's a question. All right, now we're in 2004. Is this, you guys like, is this making sense to you guys? Is it, I think it's pretty valuable if you were here the other night. Even if you weren't here, this tells the whole story again. Okay. Then in early 2004, as it got colder in the winter months, and so they were living in the barn, which is actually a finished barn, so we didn't really know that the other night, but it's not like there's hay and stuff in there. It's actually a finished barn where people can live in there. As it got colder in the winter months, and due to the barn not having running water or heat, Jennifer and Joey, I don't know if I said thank you, Cairo, up there, but I think I did. I was more excited to see the cat eye, but thank you. As it got colder in the winter months, and due to the barn not having running water or heat, Jennifer and Joey moved into the Benton family home. So there's a home next to the barn. They moved into that. And it was a small 3-bedroom ranch-style home where Joey's parents, Cindy and Joe Benton, Joey and Jennifer and Adrianna all resided. Joey and Jennifer shared a bedroom, and the baby was set up with her own room. Okay? So the baby, that's a little unusual. You'd think the mother would want, you'd keep the baby with you, but I guess not totally. Kids do have their own room sometimes. Yeah. And then Jennifer began talking with her mom. So now at this point, she's starting to talk to Kathy again and sort of reconciling after their argument in December. And she started to come around and on Kathy and her daughter's birthday in February of 2004. Joey was not allowed at Kathy's home, so he would just park on the side of the road and Jennifer would come in alone with Adrianna to visit. So he would just sit out in his car and wait for like hours. That's a little weird. Any mother's dream relationship with her possible son-in-law. This is like, it was written by Casey, so she said sarcasm. I was kind of thinking when I read that, this sounds sarcastic. But see, you ruin the humor of sarcasm when you actually type in the word sarcasm, All right, so Jennifer's family members from all sides of her family had met with her to discuss the living conditions and environment. They're like, hey, that doesn't seem very safe. How unsafe it was for her and the baby to live there in a home where there were weapons. Jennifer had once told mother where that weapons were in, I guess she told the mother that the weapons were in arm's reach anywhere in the home. Drugs, tension, they all expressed concern for her and Adrianna and urged them to move back in with family and away from the Benton home. So there's like a note here. There are these forums out, online forums that you can read comments by the Benton family. In the past, in online forums, the Bentons have made it seem and have brought up that Jennifer thought someone was going to take her baby, and this may be why she left on her own accord. This meeting was a very serious intervention. What meeting? Intervention that any family would have. Oh, they went up above. Okay, have to protect their loved ones. Genuine concern for their well-being and safety. Law enforcement members on their case in the past have mentioned to Kathy this exact possibility, but it should be noted that Jennifer lacked the wherewithal, resources, and knowledge to disappear of her own accord. Hers and Adriana's social security numbers and all other means of necessity, food stamps, state benefits, insurance, etc., haven't not been used or accessed. Yeah. So, in March 2004, Jennifer and her mother had reconciled and were almost, if not every day, over the phone. So I think a word was left out, but probably that they were communicating every day over the phone. And then here's the week of the disappearance. I don't know if Kathy figured out how to. Does anybody have any? Can you type in? She hasn't been able to figure out how to get to the chat. So maybe if you can type in how to access the chat on a cell phone or whatever. Because I haven't seen her comment. She did ask me on Facebook. I just didn't know. I don't use a cell phone. So if you're out there, Kathy, well, you know the chat, it doesn't show up sometimes for people. It used to be like that for me, but I think there's like something out below. What do you mean, huh? Just listen to what I said and answer it. So where is the live chat? There's a live chat button. Is it to the? I don't use my cell phone at all for going on YouTube. Very rarely. Yeah, so it's near the thumbs up thing. Okay, so like underneath the video, there's a live chat area. Okay, it says under Gray's video, look for the little speech bubble button. Okay, you see that, Kathy? Says it looks like a cartoon bubble. Says you should be able to hit the live chat. It's under the thumbnail. Yeah, there's a live chat button. Okay. I guess it's just to the right of the thumbnail originally before you go. Well, just to the right of the thumbnail. What do you mean? Hey, look at that. Hee-hoo. There she is. There she is. All right. Excellent. See, the freaks helped out, you guys. You guys nailed it. I don't care what they say. You guys are okay. Kathy nailed. She absolutely nailed it. Okay, that was pretty bad. Oh boy, that's that guy. That was almost the worst that ever was. I should have hit that drum roll like 75 times after that one. All right, here we go. Kathy received a phone call. So this is in March of 2004. Yeah, definitely, Ellen, definitely. All right, so this is in March of 22nd, 2004, it looks like, Monday. Kathy received a phone call in the late evening. Jennifer was concerned that Adrianna was crying every time she tried to go pee and complained of it hurting. Okay, so this is the, I can't remember now, was she 2 or 3 years old? Adrianna. Or it was right around that, right? Like, I have it somewhere. No, I don't think that's it. Two. She's 2 years old. And Jennifer is 22 at the time here. So. Ah, darn it. closed out of my video. Or PDF file, I meant. Alright. So we're in March 22nd right here. So Kathy insisted that Jennifer take her to the ER, so she was a lot of pain every time she'd go to the bathroom. When she asked to come and get them, to take them to the ER, Kathy cautioned by Jennifer that the Bentons did not like her and wouldn't want her at the home. Jennifer had asked the Benton family to take her, but they blew it off and as a diaper rash and nothing to be concerned about. Jennifer had no car and really no money, unless her family members helped. So Jennifer called her aunt, Lisa Robertson, now Lisa Fierro, to come and take them. They arrived late, close to midnight. So the aunt, was another biological family member. The Benton family really didn't give a shit about Jennifer at all. I mean, it was just ridiculous. How about this? The parents didn't care for her at all. Joey, we don't know what, he might have had some sort of feelings somewhere, but he was a psycho. He was violent, he's a crazy person. But his mom and dad didn't like Jennifer at all. I mean, it was ridiculous. They arrived late, close to midnight. So finally, Jennifer and Adrianna were taken over to her aunt's house, and the aunt took them to the hospital, and they arrived at midnight. In the early morning on Tuesday, after being released, Kathy received a call from Jennifer and Lisa. So let me see. Who was Lisa in this scenario here? Just a second. Let me get the... Oh yeah, Lisa's the aunt. So Jennifer and Lisa, after they were released from the hospital, they called from Jennifer and Lisa on the way home from the hospital. Jennifer explained to Kathy that they had run all kinds of tests, that Adrianna had an infection. But in this timeline, it doesn't mention anything about that the first doctor said that it was possibly, you normally see that infection in sexually active people. I didn't see that in there. So then on the next day, and probably actually, late in the morning, so this is early in the morning, probably that same morning right here. After arriving back to the Benton home Tuesday morning after the ER visit, Jennifer asked her grandmother, Granny Wix, to come and take them to Adrianna's pediatrician for a follow-up visit. The pediatrician says the infection could be from wearing a wet diaper for an extended period of time, that there are many causes of infection in the genital area. Jennifer asked Kathy, so Jennifer, the daughter, Kathy, the mother, to meet her and Joey, the boyfriend, at Dollar General. Kathy made butt butter for the baby's infection to alleviate the pain. Joey and Jennifer were fighting on the phone. So, the boyfriend and Jennifer were fighting on the phone about Jennifer using his minutes. Like, gives a crap about your minutes right here. Oh, she was only 21? Okay. All right. Yeah, it seems like the mom was kind of jealous. Like, almost in a weird kind of way. You see that sometimes where you have this parent that just loves their son just a little too much. As soon as they get a girlfriend, boy, that girlfriend can't do anything right, and they're a monster. They treat them like a monster. A little bit like the show Animal Kingdom, right? I said that the other night, but yeah, it reminds me of that. Jennifer asked Kathy to meet her and Joey at Dollar General. Kathy made butt butter for the baby's infection to alleviate the pain. Joey and Jennifer were fighting on the phone about Jennifer using his minutes on the phone before the meetup, as well as his partying. So he was bitching about her using the minutes, and then she was probably angry about the partying, which wasn't helpful during everything going on with the baby. Kathy saw them, and the baby was clearly not feeling well. This is the last day that anyone in Jennifer's family ever saw either of them again. Cindy and Joe Benton were in court on that same day, on the 23rd, for an unknown amount of time on an unrelated matter. Jennifer had mentioned to her mother that Cindy, so the mother of Joey, was not at work this week, which is interesting, right? I mean, so Jennifer had remember how like there was this ironclad thing where the Cindy was at work? You know, it's funny because when I was going over the case the last time, I was thinking that Cindy seemed like almost the most likely person to have done something. It seems like even though Joey has a little some violence in his past, that the hate was more from Cindy, right? Oh, well, the younger mom is Colin. Yeah, the younger one, not the original mom from a couple seasons ago. Okay, anyways, Cindy and Joe Benton were in court this day for an unknown amount of time on an unrelated matter. Jennifer had mentioned to her mother that Cindy was not at work this week. So that's so interesting. See, Cindy says she was at work, and that was kind of like her alibi. Remember how there was a lady arguing in the background on one of the phone calls? Although law enforcement had confirmed she was. So, yeah, I don't know, man. Jennifer's family does not have record of this, as we do not have many notes from the case since it's open and active. Joey was working with Jennifer's cousin. Okay, so Joey was working with the guy that set them up. You know, that's Jeffrey. So Joey was working with Jennifer's cousin, Jeffrey Grayson. That's the son of Lisa. And they were working in Franklin, Kentucky for a friend of his dad's on a construction project all week. Joey was riding with Jeffrey to work every day as his truck was in the shop. The Benton family had one other vehicle between them in working order, a black Ford Explorer. Special note concerning his lack of empathy towards Jennifer and baby. Yeah, you mean like how he only cared about the minutes on his phone. All right, then we've got Wednesday, March 24th, 2004. Fighting ensues at the Benton home. And Kathy, so this is on March 24th. There's fighting going on at the home. And Kathy, the woman in the chat, Kathy Nail, receives a phone call from her daughter, Jennifer, who is in her bedroom in the Benton home and with raised voices in the background. All right. Then Jennifer, Kathy's daughter, mentions attacks on her parenting and character from Cindy, and she's mentioning it, to Kathy on the phone. She thinks his mother is jealous of her, as well as speaks on Joey's apparent weird relationship with his mother. So Jennifer tells Kathy, wow, his mom is jealous of me, and they've got this really weird relationship. From this conversation, Kathy is told that Cindy, Joey's mother, threw out hers and Adrianna's food on the ground out the kitchen door and is going on about Joey, that he shouldn't be doing fatherly duties for the baby, Adrianna. They were trying to sleep train Adrianna, trying to get her to learn how to sleep on her own, potty, not, I guess just to sleep on their own, I guess. You guys told me the other night, but now I don't remember exactly. They were trying to sleep train Adrianna in her own room, and Cindy was making comments and fussing about Joey being alone in the room with the baby. Makes comments about Michael Jackson. Huh. Weird. So that means when Cindy's own son, Joey, was alone in the room with Adrianna, Cindy herself was making comments about Michael Jackson. Huh. What's weird? Does she know something that we don't about her son? Pretty weird, huh? Kathy asks if she can come pick them up, and Jennifer assures her that she's an adult, she'd handle it, and call tomorrow. So this is that's on the 24th. Kathy would not talk to Jennifer again after that phone call right there. That's brutal. All right, so then on the 25th, on a Thursday, Jennifer and Adrianna were at the Benton's home. Joey was at work with Jeffrey Grayson in Franklin, Kentucky. Unconfirmed by Jennifer's family, Cindy was at work in Sumner County, about an hour away. But as we know, Jennifer told... I mean, do you remember that really specifically, Kathy? That Jennifer told you, like you're absolutely certain that Jennifer told you that Cindy wasn't working that week. Joe Benton's whereabouts this day are unconfirmed. He mentions having an oncologist appointment, possibly in the morning. I think Joe Benton is Cindy's husband. Joey's the son. And they're in these topics forum on the internet. Jennifer has 2 conversations over the phone with family members, the times of which are unconfirmed by Jennifer's family, as we don't have phone records. She spoke with her father, Michael Wix, for a 2-hour period around noon. Okay. Jennifer has 2 conversations over the phone with family members, the times of which are unconfirmed. Well, I mean, it seems like you could be able to get... Your father should be able to... Well, that's so long ago now, but... Her father could have given you guys the precise time. Jennifer has 2 conversations over the phone with family members, the times of which are unconfirmed by Jennifer's family, as we don't have phone records. She spoke with her father, Michael Wix, for a 2-hour period at around noon. Her dad mentions Jennifer saying that she was scared of Joey's mom. He hears the TV playing in the background, and what he believes is a woman's voice saying something to Jennifer, and Jennifer's reply to the woman is, "I'm talking to my dad." He tells her to ask her granny or mom to come get her. She says no, that Joey is on his way home and they're going on a picnic. So, that's pretty crazy right there. Because Joey was called and hurried home for the picnic. Didn't really make any sense. Let's see, the picnic. Jennifer's family is unaware if the picnic is in Joey's original police statement, as we don't have access to those. But from this conversation with her dad, it seems Jennifer and Joey had decided either prior to him going to work or during work, they had discussed him coming home early to go on a picnic. There are many questions surrounding this picnic. Since the Benton property has been searched over a couple of days, this location could be very important and a potential scene of the crime. It should be noted that there was only one family car at the time that was not in the shop, the Ford Explorer. Let's see. She also spoke with her aunt briefly. Her aunt was to leave a key for her in case they needed to come to her house, which is only 2.5 miles into town on the main highway. Okay, the father's call was 11 to 1. Huh? So what time was lunch going to be? If she had spoken with her aunt about coming there in case she and the baby needed it, does not make sense for them to drive past her aunt's home on one of the possible routes in the Cross Plains, which is his story of events that night. Which is his story. Yeah, but why did it sound like when we were on doing the show the other day that she was called, or he was called while he was there, and he sort of hurried, like, "Oh yeah, I gotta go. Can you hurry up and give me a ride home?" Like it was unplanned, but now it sounds planned. Joey's foreman on the
job has told Jennifer's family that Joey left early on Tuesday, March 25th, 2004, for a family matter. Jennifer's cousin, Jeffrey's the Grayson, the son of Lisa. Let's see, Jennifer's cousin that Joey had ridden to work with that day confirms this. So that was that he left early, and that cousin confirmed it. Joey walked up to him after taking a call and said, "We have to go now," rather abruptly. See, isn't that weird? That part's odd. You know, here's what it almost feels like. Yes, he was supposed to come home for a picnic, but maybe that was a dinner picnic, you know, like he's going to come home in a little bit, so I don't want to, you know, so maybe it's going to be 3 or 4. But then after that phone call with the father, after she said to the mother, "Hey, I'm on the phone with my mom," you know, she's like, "Oh, I've had it, right?" So after the phone call's over, the mother does something, you know, to Jennifer, and then calls her son and says, "You got to come home now because da-da-da," and then he goes home earlier than he would have, so both stories are true. Does that make sense? So I'm trying to make things make sense given the information we've got, because it doesn't make sense that he would abruptly leave if he'd already planned it. However, if he's now having to go home earlier than he was supposed to go home, now that makes sense. No, that's what I just said, Kathy. I just said exactly what you just said. I think he was supposed to, it wasn't really a lunch thing. It was supposed to be like an early evening kind of picnic for dinner almost, right? Like, and he was at work, but something happened after that phone call at 1 o'clock. I think after that 1 o'clock phone call, it's possible that Cindy did something to Jennifer, then called Joey and said, "Joey, you got to get home now. We got to take care of this problem." Then Joey goes over to Jeffrey and says, "Hey, you got to give me a ride home right now." Boom, and it's way earlier than he was supposed to go, and he goes all the way home, and then that's when all the other things get set into motion. Okay. Joey walked up to him after taking the call and said, "We've got to go now," rather abruptly. They left Franklin, Kentucky, back to Springfield, Tennessee. We do not know who made this call to Joey or why. I mean, so that's a huge piece of information out there. Yeah. I'm just trying to give you things that make sense. And I think that does make sense, because up there Kathy said, I don't know why she put no in there, but it says, "I think it was planned for after work, and he was called home early for some reason." Right. That's exactly what I'm saying. I mean, I literally think that he was supposed to go home after work, you know, late in the afternoon. I don't know when his work hours are. It would have been like 7 to 3, and he was going to be home at 4 or something like that. And then those plans changed where the mother called and said, "Something's happened. You got to come home now." And he's like, oh shit. "Oh yeah, give me a ride." But it's still odd, because he claims that Jeffrey, the cousin, claims that they didn't talk about a damn thing, but it's an hour drive, right? Does that make sense? All right. In a conversation between Joey and Kathy after the girl's disappearance. All right.
So this is in a conversation between Joey and Kathy. So the boyfriend and Kathy right there in the chat. After the girl's disappearance, Joey had told Kathy that when he arrived home that day, Jennifer and Adrianna had themselves locked in their bedroom. Oh, man. So here we go. Yeah, no. Nobody's locked in a bedroom. Yeah, this is just when things went down, and that's what he's saying. He further says that they went for a drive to talk about things. I think what it could have been that they were locked in a bedroom, but Cindy had already done something to them. And your drive to talk about things is to explain why the car that they're in might be seen somewhere. Okay, you took them somewhere and you put them somewhere. That's the reality of it. He further says that they went for a drive to talk about things, bullshit, okay. When they drove back to the Benton home, Jennifer refused to go inside. No, she never made it back to your house. Your drive to go talk to her is when they went missing. If that's even remotely true, but I think a lot of times people put into lies things that are partially true, so it's easy to remember to tell. Hey, it's Casey. Yeah. Says, he further says that they went for a drive to talk about things. When they drove back to Benton's home, Jennifer refused to go inside. No, that never happened. She and Joey had been fighting about her request to move back into the barn. I mean, they may have been fighting prior to that, whatever, but why would they be locked in a room? Well, they weren't. I mean, the thing is he just... I mean, I guess it's possible that the room was locked, but they weren't, I don't want to... I'm just going to say it. They weren't alive in the room. When Joey came home, he got into the room, and they went on a drive to talk about it, but that wasn't really what they were doing. He went on a drive to put them somewhere. Then he came back, and that's when the whole other part of the story is made up about driving to the gas station and all the various things. None of those things are real after that. Yeah, I think part of it's true, like he came home. I mean, it's weird. It's a weird detail to add in there about the door being locked because it didn't seem like it was hard for him to then take her on a drive somewhere. So it's almost like that was just some sort of almost a slip up in a way to throw that in there. Why not just say when he got home? Yeah, I think that's exactly what it is, though, Casey, unfortunately. Why would she not go back inside? Yeah, so all this stuff isn't real here. It's basically what you just got to think. You got to think through it. Everything that makes sense is like this. He's at work with the cousin. Joey was supposed to go home for a picnic later in the evening. That's why Jennifer didn't want to go anywhere because he was going to be home later. Okay, but the mother, it sounds like, was home, Cindy. Because there was a woman talking in the background, somebody that she actually talked to when she was talking to her father. She said to this person, "I'm on the phone with my dad." Okay, then after that phone call, something might have gone down because this woman, it seems like it's very possible it's a Cindy person. I don't know.
But she said, she just hated Jennifer. So something happened. Then she calls Joey at work early, way before he was supposed to go home for his picnic, and said, "You got to come home now. Something happened." He comes home. Unfortunately, Jennifer and Adrianna aren't alive at this point. He goes in there. The part about the door being locked, maybe it's true because the parents didn't want anybody else finding them or something. And so then he goes in there and takes them out, puts them into the black vehicle. What was it? A Ford Bronco or whatever the hell it was? Escalade. And he drives them somewhere. We don't know where that is. It could be 50 miles away. It could be anywhere. And then he comes home, and there's no other thing that they were supposed to go out and talk or anything like that. That's just all stories made up. And see, that's where right now you put all that together and it makes sense. Just that little scenario right there. Then it's, well, then I dropped her off at the gas station, and first we went. It's just none of that stuff happened, and that's true that it didn't happen, because there's no record of anybody seeing or any footage or anything at all of Joey dropping off or even driving around with Jennifer. Joey's account of what happened after the girl's disappearance. Joey and his father had brought this letter to Jennifer's aunt home to have Lisa and Kathy sign it. Kathy did not. Oh yeah, is that what was? I didn't get to read the letter. It was hard to read, but I do have the letter. Please pay special attention to his letter stating that police could search anywhere they wanted. Alright, so he says police can search everywhere they want, but I think they didn't let him. His story is that he and Jennifer argued. They broke up, and Jennifer requested. So this is like, he comes home for the picnic. He gets home. He never mentions the picnic to anybody, but he comes home. The door's locked. Then they go out to talk about it. Then they break up. And Jennifer requested that he take them to a local grocery in Cross Plains, leaving without any of their belongings or the baby's car seat, then onto the Interstate Exxon gas station. No witnesses at either location can place them there. So I think that indicates that that never happened. So again, we're back to the thing where up above when he says, let's see, locked the bedroom door, he further says that he went for a drive to talk about things. This right here is the moment he put them somewhere. When they drove back to the Benton home, there's no they here, Benton home, Jennifer refused to go inside. Well, that's because she wasn't in the car to go inside. She wasn't alive anymore. You see, that's the thing. This whole thing is, the reality is right here they're gone. And I mean, it sucks talking like this, but I mean, they have determined it's a homicide at this point, and so it just is what it is, right? I can't talk differently, just, So on Thursday, March 25th continued. His story is that after he and Jennifer argued, they broke up, and Jennifer requested that he take them to the local grocery in Cross Plains, leaving without any of the belongings or the baby's car seat. And by the way, I know that I'm reading everybody, but come on. Then on the Interstate Exxon gas station, no witnesses at either location can place them there. At the Exxon, he claims he lets them out and drives across the road to the church parking lot and waits to make sure that they're picked up. Right? Because, he's such a great guy, He drove across, let's see where that is right here. I think it's over here, the Exxon. So I'd imagine that's probably a church right over here. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's Restoring Hope Church. And so, by the way, so he drove all the way, maybe parked right over here, right? And so he's claiming he sits over here. and is watching over here at the Exxon for them to be picked up. A white car pulls up. You know, the knight in shining armor, the white car. And they get in. He leaves. His parents say he arrives home at around 10 p.m. Yeah. So, you know, the reality is this arriving home at 10 p.m. could be true. And here's what it could actually be. The real story is right here. Watch this. He further says that he went for a drive to talk about things. And he arrived home at 10 o'clock. That's the truth. And she didn't come into the house at 10 because she wasn't in the car. Right? So now we know, I think we can skip all the way to that point where he drives out of the house and he gets home at 10 o'clock. If that's a true part of their story. Casey Robinson belief. Let's see. Casey Robinson belief. This is the day I believe something happened. Yeah. It's, and his story, if their story were true, en route into Cross Plains, they would have driven past her aunt's home. I think what I just told you is the reality. We don't know where the hell he took her. He could have driven 100 miles in a direction and then came back. Been back hours later. Let's see. All right, so March 26th, Cindy was, do we already do this one? Yeah, the Exxon at 10, okay. Then March 26th, Cindy, Joey's mother, was at work. Joey was in court, and then Joey was in Franklin, Kentucky at a job site. So he's not really out there looking around for Jennifer at all the next day. He's just back to work. Truth, no one had spoken with Jennifer since the prior phone conversations. Her family is beginning, I don't know what that means, but her family is beginning to try and get in touch with her. It's odd she doesn't reach out to any family members daily. What does that mean? No one had spoken with Jennifer since the prior phone conversation. What do you mean? I mean, she talked to her dad, she talked to, I don't know what that means. Truth, Joey asked another friend and this friend's girlfriend. So Joey asks another friend and that friend's girlfriend who had driven to pick him up and stay for the weekend to take him home. The job was, oh, this is when he was on the job. The job was finished up early at around noon. This girlfriend both account for Joey acting strange on this ride home, and the girlfriend states she just wanted him out of the car. She was terrified. Jennifer supposedly shows back up at the family's home in this same, oh yeah, well this is, she doesn't supposedly, that's just what Joey says. You know, so he said Jennifer supposedly shows back up at this, I don't know what that means, this family's home. Who's this family in this one? What does that mean, this family? Oh yeah, well, okay, that makes sense what you just typed. It didn't seem like that's what it said. No one has spoken with Jennifer since the phone conversation. Okay, yeah, the one with the aunt and the dad, right? So you should probably just put that in there so it makes it obvious, you know, that, because this is just the following day here, right? It's not like it's months later. It's just the following day. So you could just say, the truth is that no one has spoken with Jennifer since the following day after she spoke with her dad. Her family is beginning to try and get in touch with her. It's odd she doesn't reach out to any family members daily. Thank you.
Janallison. Yeah. Yeah, we just made a huge halt in here, you guys. After that nice beginning of the show. Alright, then this says, truth, no one had spoke. Okay, truth. Joey asks another friend and the friend's girlfriend, who had driven to pick him up and stay for the weekend. I don't know what, to pick up the friend, to stay with the friend for the weekend. The job was finished up early at around noon. So this friend, girlfriend, both of them, both account for Joey. So both mentioned to somebody that they were acting strange on this ride home. And the girlfriend states she wanted him out of the car because she was terrified. Jennifer supposedly shows back up at the family's home in the same... So what does this part here mean? Jennifer supposedly shows back up to what family? Are you talking about the Bentons or... Okay, the Bentons' home. Jennifer supposedly shows back up at the Bentons' home in the same white car. I gotta fix that. Benton. Hey, thank you, Cammy Curry.
Been missing my free.
Maybe we'll do like a, I think we were going to do that, right? We could do a, on the 31st, we'll do a NCMEC, a National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, in the name of Jennifer and Adrianna. What do you guys think? Would that be good? Like do like $500 or something? Let's see, where is it? Yeah, did we cover that? He told that car was a four-door Mustang, changed it to a Camaro. Not yet. I mean, we talked about that the other night, though. All right, so make sure I remember that. I mean, it's only in a couple days. Hopefully I can remember. But all right. So let me do that again. So Jennifer supposedly shows back up. This is when they say, she says supposedly, the story told by Joey and the family is that supposedly she shows back up at the family's home in the same white car that she was picked up at the Exxon station while Joey was watching from across the street in the church parking lot. But without the baby this time. The baby is miraculously gone somewhere. Yeah. Let's see. There's no way you didn't try and look for her or care. I don't know what that means. Find it strange. After a breakup, we saw what happened when they broke up the last time. There's no way he didn't or didn't try and look for her or care. Well, I mean, he's the one. I think he's the one that probably put her somewhere, and maybe even the mom went with him. You know, we don't really know. And here's the thing, though. What time does the mom get off of work? You know, maybe she did go home for lunch or something.
And that's why you're here. And then she goes to work. Then she got home at like 4, and Joey still isn't even. Well, no, because she called Joey early. I got to know what time the call was that Cindy made to Joey. I'm gonna assume it's Cindy. Somebody at the house. There's got to be a phone record of a call made from that house to Joey while he's at work with his cousin Jeffrey, and says, hey, and he has to rush home. There's got to be a record of that call, either on Joey's cell records, and then you'd know where that call came from, and then you'd want to figure out why the hell was that call made. And now you guys keep talking about the cars. Look, we haven't even got to that part yet. So let me get there. Jennifer supposedly shows back up at this family home in the same white car without the baby. Asks for, we did talk about it right here, but it's like, there isn't a white car, anybody. There's no white car that exists. All of this stuff is a story made up that's plausible, that makes it seem like Jennifer went somewhere. She, as soon as Joey got home, every bit of the story is made up after that. Because Jennifer and Adrianna probably weren't even alive at that point. Okay. Asks for her. Okay, so let me just do this again. I keep getting stalled here. Jennifer supposedly shows back up at the Benton's home in the same white car without the baby, and then asks for her tax refund money that she had deposited to the Benton's family account. So her check went into their account, apparently. Gathers a couple of things, including the car seat. You mean the car seat that the Bentons got rid of, realizing it looked weird that they had? And after he tells her his parents aren't there to give it to her, and after he tells her, after he says to her, hey, my parents aren't here to give you the money, she says she will come back the following day to get it and then leave. Can you just picture a conversation actually going like that at all? Hey, Joey, I need to get my check that I deposited into your account. Well, my parents aren't here. They'll give it to you tomorrow. Okay, I'll see you tomorrow. Bye. Yeah, no, didn't happen. Come back the following day to get it and leaves, according to Joey. This would be the known place Jennifer was seen and the last time anyone talked with her. Well, no, that's just his rendition. None of this is true here. All this stuff here is fake, Sorry for what? What'd you do? What'd you do, Kathy? Come on. What do you mean, sorry, Gray? Yeah, I don't think, I actually think this whole thing here doesn't exist right here. This whole conversation never happened. There's no white car. There's nothing. Does anybody believe that there was a white car that she got into at the Exxon station, and then she shows back up in the same white car without her kid? Yeah, no way, man. So that means the whole thing about the deposit is fake. Maybe it did get deposited. So let's see how this all plays out, right? She says she will come back the following day to get it and leaves, according to Joey. This will be the last known. I don't agree that that's a known anything. That's just Joey claiming something. That night, Joey has a small gathering with two couples because now it's party time, and himself at the barn, a bonfire. Jeffrey asks about Jennifer. So that means Jeffrey, the cousin, was there and asked about Jennifer, and Joey responds that she's at a friend's house. Okay. Right. Before he is given any official police statement, he tells Jeffrey Okay, so Joey tells Jeffrey a contradictory story. Lisa, Jennifer's aunt, receives a phone call from Joe, that's Cindy's husband, and her answering machine, a message says he is looking for Jennifer to give her tax refund money to her. And so here's the thing is,
they know that the money's in their account and it's not really part of the story. They didn't do anything for the money. So they need to get the money back, but then Joey has added that into the story as part of like, well, no, she was still alive. She wanted that money. Because here's the thing. He needs to have an explanation why Jennifer didn't just, like, it's her money, so she would want it, right? So he's claiming, well, she did come by once, but my parents weren't home to give it to her yet, and then she just never showed up again. Because they know that the money part is sort of a big deal. It's like those cases where somebody worked all week, their check is they just picked up their paycheck, but it was never cashed, that type of thing. Those are always like a really big red flags in almost every story, right? Man, I'm having a hard time. I just do my problem is I don't get to read the chat, so I can't follow along with every comment that you guys make to keep up with what you're saying. Yeah, exactly. The police, if they had jumped on it early, would have had some answers. But nobody saw them anyways, right? The people that worked there. So Lisa, Jennifer's aunt, received a phone call from Joey on her answering machine. Joe, that's Cindy's husband, Joey's dad, and says he's looking for Jennifer to give her tax refund money to her. Joe and Joey show up at Lisa's house to tell Lisa Joey's account of what happened the night prior. Since Kathy had gotten off work on Friday, so Kathy Nail in the chat right here, had gotten off work Friday, she started to call around to all the family members, and that's on the 26th, that's the day after she went missing, looking for Jennifer, since her only way to contact Jennifer was through the Benton phones and no one was answering. Finally, Heather, that's the other sister of Jennifer and Casey, get in touch with Joey, and he tells Heather the story of what happened the night prior, and that he thinks the friends could possibly be Jerry and Helga Jackson. Helga was Jennifer's friend, and Kathy began trying to reach them immediately. When she got in touch with them Saturday morning, they said, if that's what he told you, something is very wrong. We haven't seen her. See, that's another ridiculous red flag right there. Kathy reported Jennifer and Adrianna missing to Robertson County on Saturday, so 2 days after she went missing. I reported Jennifer and Adrianna missing to Robertson County Sheriff's Department. Joey is the only one home. Parents' whereabouts unconfirmed by Jennifer's family. I don't know what that means. Joey is only one home. Let's see. Kathy reported Jennifer and Adrianna missing to Robertson County Sheriff's Department. I guess and then police report for welfare check. So they go over and do a welfare check. And then Joey's the only one home. The parents' whereabouts unconfirmed by Jennifer's family, and we do not have access to their statements. And then Joey tells the officer he can't come in without a warrant. Officer takes initial statement. This is when the car description comes into play. Officer leaves and notifies Kathy and family members of this. He says he's concerned and that he's getting detectives involved. Well, good for that officer. At least he had enough common sense. And then on the 29th, must be the 28th, and then Monday's the 29th. Police do a consented walkthrough of the Benton home after they had time to, a couple days to get everything straightened out, for signs of foul play or signs of a struggle. Man, they got to get in. They could have got in there with some luminol. Maybe that would have helped out. This is 4 days after, I believe, the incident occurred. Is 4 days enough time to come up with an elaborate story? Oh yeah, they probably can come up with an elaborate story after Joey got home, and they just talk about it and say, you need to put her somewhere. Then he comes home, and they have this long conversation. I mean, they had hours and hours and hours before anybody was even looking for him. All the stuff that you heard about the white car, Exxon, him parking at the church, her coming over to get the tax refund, her coming home after, he gets home and finds her in the room. I mean, the door's locked, and then they go out to talk about it for a while. Nobody mentioned where the little girl was, Adrianna at the time. And they go out and talk about it, and then they broke up, and all that stuff is completely bogus. The reality is something happened to her before Joey got home. And I mean, this is my opinion, but the reason Joey was called and he frantically left work earlier than he was supposed to was because something really bad happened at that house and he took off. Okay. I actually think that allegedly, I think Cindy is a really good suspect in this case. I mean, really, especially Jennifer said, oh, she hasn't been worked all week. Okay, well, then is there any way she could have made it look like she was working? Because it's interesting that she said that. And then here's this woman's voice in the background that the father said he heard, and then she even said, hey, I'm talking to my dad. And then between, I would say, 2 o'clock and 3 o'clock, maybe, something happened to her, and that's when the call was made, probably right around that, right when that phone call ended. And you can just see a situation where, who's ever at that house isn't going to do something to Jennifer while she's on the phone, because then there's a witness, the person on the other end of the phone. So as soon as the phone hangs up, there's an attack, just out of absolute anger. And every bit of the story after that is a complete fabrication, every single bit, okay? So don't put any, when you're reading it, don't assign any value other than changing stories as something meaningful. There's nothing meaningful about the Exxon. There's nothing meaningful about her coming home and them breaking up and the white car showing up, and it's all fake, except you can use it if he changes the story. Then it's like, well, hey, you said this and then you said that. Doesn't sound like you got a true story there. I don't know if I'm making sense, but I absolutely don't believe anything other than we know that the call was made. Jeffrey is validated that a call came and he hurriedly wanted to go home. And then something had already happened. Yeah, what I wouldn't do is focus in on cops and try to go after there's a corrupt police department. It just doesn't work. You do that and you're not going anywhere. You got to get, and it really just goes down rabbit holes for forever. So even if there's a cop that got fired for something, it just just Joey's home, not his parents. Where did he go? No, I don't know. I think she was already gone. And Adrianna, the same night. Nobody keeps bodies on their property for a long period of time. They would have killed her somehow in the house, and then Joey came home and they disposed of them somewhere, and then all the other stuff is made up. Don't you think? I mean, that's my opinion. You might have this other thing that you think about and you come up with, but I'm doing this based off of reading this right here. Now, I guess if I saw the police reports and had more specific information, might make a difference. Yeah, well, of course the cars didn't exist. Yeah, none of it's real except the part where Joey came home and maybe the door was locked. Who knows? I don't even know why that part was added to the story. Huh? The sheriff believed them and accused the officers. I don't know what that means. All right, I gotta. Oh, these are the questions at the end. So, police do not do a consented walkthrough of the Benton's home looking for signs of foul play or signs of struggle. Let's see, dad about a refund or not. And the officer was later fired for making a false report. I don't see the comment before that one. I don't know. I don't know. But anyways, it'd be cool if you guys, like, tomorrow could come on at the same time. And then we could go through all this stuff again. But what do you guys think about that right there? What I was just saying. I think it's really important, the part about Joey driving home from work, and he was kind of frantic about it, like, oh, you got to get me right home, you got to get me right. Even though he was already supposed to go home for a picnic he was just going to be home for a picnic. They were going to have dinner together or something. So, like, we all think, okay, it was a picnic, it was at lunchtime, and it was supposed. That has nothing to do with anything. So what it really is he was going to come home later, and yes, they were going to meet, but somebody got really angry at Jennifer and killed her, and then likely killed Adrianna after she got off the phone with her father. Then a phone call was made to Joey, and he quickly told Jeffrey, hey, you got to give me a ride home. You got to give me a ride. And then boom, they drive home. I think it's not true. See, Jeffrey knows something. There's no way you're driving for an hour and somebody doesn't say something. Unless, I guess, if there's a murder or something like that, and your mom says, I just killed her, I hate her, Jesus. And he's like, oh my God, drive me home. He's probably not going to tell Jeffrey anything about that, because then it's bad, really bad if you tell somebody something like that. So they drive home. He gets out, he gets in there, Jeffrey takes off, and that's when he learns of the fate of them. Then he takes them, who knows, maybe even the mother or the father was home at that time. Maybe they waited for the father to get, Joe to get home. I don't know if Joe was sitting there or, that whole scenario. Then they drive, put them somewhere, and then hours later they come back. And while they're doing all these things, they're concocting the story and the plan of what they're going to say happened. And then on the fly, they came up with the story, oh, yeah, that's right, she deposited the damn check. Okay, you got to say, okay, yeah, she came by to come get it, but my parents weren't home, and so, because they don't have any problem giving that money back. That wasn't really part of anything. But they want to sort of make sure that people don't believe that it has any part of it, so they come up with a story that she came home and asked for it, and here it is. She just never came back, and see. Yeah, I know that they say that, but why would Jennifer say she's been at home the whole week? There's probably a way. What kind of work did this lady do? And maybe she went home for lunch, You ever think of that? Like, what if she went home for lunch and something happened, and then she makes the phone call to Joey. Joey comes home and, like, whoa. Yeah. Ooh. That was weird. Here, hold on a second. I gotta stretch. I got one of those weird cramped things. It's like, ow. I bent over in the wrong way and I got a cramp in like my ribs. Yeah. I think the only part of the story that's true is when he says that he came home and the door was locked. Maybe there's something to the door being locked part of the room, you know. Because he's almost admitting in that point that she locked herself in because she was scared about something. But I don't think she was alive at that point. I think all the rest of it is absolutely phony. No truth at all. There's no verification that the car ever made it to Exxon. Nothing. Oh, I've seen pictures of that. I mean, it's, you know, it's almost like backwoods Virginia type stuff going on over there. Yeah. Well, the lies, you know, catching his lies do prove that he's lying. So if you have him saying, oh, it was a Mustang or there was a four-door, but, you know, there's no Mustangs that are four doors and da-da-da-da. Yeah, I mean, you prove lies and stuff like that. But it's also important not to even get hung up on that whole part of it at all. You know, just realize that that's not true, and then you got to move on and say, hey, you know, none of this is true. What did they do? Now, somehow you got to figure out, the police have been able to do it, I'm sure. When was the call made? And how long does it take to get from work to home, and then what happened, and work through the whole thing? It doesn't sound like they're really working that hard on it. I mean, this seems like one that's absolutely solvable too. You know, I've come across a bunch like that. It's just somebody isn't putting in the effort. Have you guys ever thought of getting a hold of the FBI? And saying, listen, we need you to help on this case. They're not doing anything. And sit there and literally talk to them about it. They do it. It's amazing. It's incredible. You might want to give that a shot. Just give the FBI a phone call. But how about tomorrow, you guys come on and we'll do a show live and we can all ask questions and you can answer them and go through the whole thing. Maybe you can even tell us a little bit more about some of those events that happened prior. And I'm not kidding too. Just get on the phone, Casey or Kathy, and literally just call the FBI up. You know, ask, who do I talk to about this? Who do I talk to about that? Get to the right number. Get a hold of somebody, and they do talk to you. It's amazing. The FBI is way more accessible than just almost like your local law enforcement. It's wild. I mean, those guys are amazing. And they can go back in time and get cell information. I don't know if Joey must have had a cell phone, right? Because somebody called him at work. And so that means his cell phone was tracked all the way home. And then it'd be interesting to track the phone once it got home and see what that thing did. Did it stay in the house for hours and hours? And then, you know, at that point the car left, because he even admitted that. So what would be interesting is to still track Joey's cell phone. Because he said when he got home, after she came out of the room, they went on a drive together. Well, does the record show that happened in the cell data? Yeah. Oh yeah, you've met with them in person? Well, what do they tell you? They have to. They probably told you that law enforcement has to ask for help, right? Just keep bugging him, Kathy, over and over. Several times is probably not enough. You got to bug them. I'd say once a week. Keep calling them up over and over and say, yeah, I just want to say, can you guys help out? It's been 17 years. Yeah, just bug the hell out of them. Get like a number, get a system that works, that gets you somewhere, and then just keep calling that over and over and over and over again. Until they go, okay, Jesus, all right, let's see what we can do, all right. Yeah, state police is a good idea too. Yeah, definitely. You're just in this little small town, so I guess you're going to be working with it'd be the TBI though, right? All right, hold on. Yeah, you're in Tennessee. Yeah, that's what I thought. But see, I mean, this isn't Springfield. That's small, and then this area here is even smaller. These are just little tiny towns here. You know, Nashville's way down here. So yeah, you probably see if you can get the state police in there. I mean, what kind of police department are they gonna have in this little town? So what about it? You guys think you can come on tomorrow? Casey and Kathy? What do you mean that's not a case that they would handle? Okay, you do? Okay, so the TBI is involved. And I speak to them. You speak to them regularly. Okay, well, what are they doing on it, though? Why don't you ask if the TBI, the agent that you're friends with, if they're open to having the FBI help out? Because the second he reaches out to the FBI, they're going to get involved. Yeah, sometimes that does work, Tawny Lee. I've covered a bunch of cases where families will do a civil wrongful death lawsuit against a family, and then if they show up to court, there's a lot of evidence presented that doesn't have the same burden of proof as other cases, but during those trials you'll have law enforcement sit in and they go, wow, okay, well shit, let's, and then they get way more interested. Well, what is TBI telling you then if you work with them regularly? It sounds like, I thought everybody was just kind of like a drop ball situation. What is the, what are they saying? Anything worthwhile? Or? Well, that's why you guys need to call in tomorrow. You can fill us in. Yeah, we know what the TBI is. There's another case, the Summer Wells, the TBI. Worked closely with the detectives on the case at Robertson County, almost like TBI at the mercy of the local PD. Yeah, maybe there's some kind of small town, we're all buddies kind of situation. I was looking at that. I knew there was something wrong. The color was off. Yeah, I think this case is really obvious. It's obvious who is responsible, and they're just not putting in the time and effort to figure it out. They're just doing other things. All right, so you can come on. Very cool.
Yeah, maybe at like the same time, maybe 6 o'clock ish. You know, if something happened in that house, even today, you could get in there with luminol and it might work. You never know. But yeah, all that stuff should have been done a long time ago. A really good, just a crappy prosecutor could have got a search warrant in that case. It's so clear, so simple for a judge to go, oh yeah, geez, really? That's the last place she was seen? Okay. Well, can you come on, Casey, tomorrow? That's what we're trying to get you to answer. Yeah. That'd be amazing. I'd love. I mean, it'd be so great to have the information, the phone records, all that kind of stuff. Oh yeah, what did happen to the old house? That's a good question. That's right. So this is where this all went down right here. So that barn is probably one of these buildings right here. So it doesn't look anything like it now. It's not even close. That might be the barn right there though. Maybe. Yeah, that's 2004, 2006, so maybe that building right there. I think Casey's ignoring our question. We're trying to ask if you and your mother will come on tomorrow and answer questions and so forth. Through this for 18 years. Yeah, it almost seems like it's more recent, just, you know, I know that we're covering, but just sort of everything, for some reason, seems more recent. But man, 18 years ago. Yeah, I know what their new house is. Their old house is the one I'm saying that's the barn. Are you able to come on, Casey, or? Okay, let me try to ask it one more time. Will you, Casey Robinson, and Kathy Nail come on the show tomorrow to go over the case again, where you can answer questions for everybody? I'm going to take that off the screen so you don't keep staring at it. I see one of them said yes, but the other one's Casey hasn't answered it yet. At least I haven't seen it. Oh, you wrote yes both times. Where? I can't see him. I've been scrolling up and down. I just can't see him. I know. I thought that was weird. The barn was on. It's on Wells Road. The Summer Wells Road. The Summer Wells connection. Yeah, I know. I looked up there. I can't see it for some reason. It's weird. I don't see any of those replies. Yeah. So what did they say about the barn? Barn is to the left by the road. Oh, you're saying the barn's over here somewhere? Because we have a right there. All right. So where's the barn in this picture right here? Okay, good. All right. So 5:30 tomorrow.
Oh, of course, Amber, yeah. So this image right here is from April 2004. Okay, that's right, that's right. The barn was on Wells Road. So you're saying it's this one right here then? Right there? This is Wells Road. Yeah, you both said. You guys must be so far behind. I think that's the problem. I think you guys are like 45 seconds behind, and like all these other people are commenting, and I miss it. Okay. So how about this? I'm going to put a. Is it this one right here? Yes or no? You just type in yes or no right there. Is it that one? I can't go more to the left because this is Wells Road right here. Is that the one right there? I know where Wells Road is. Is it this building right here where the pin is? Okay. Is it this one right here then? That's one I said it was originally. Is it that one? Yeah, I think that's what it was. I knew it. I just realized you were on rewind mode. Is it this one right here? Okay, that's what I said originally. All right, so this is the barn. Not originally. I thought it was over here originally, but the second after that, after I went back to 2004, this is actually, amazingly, this image right here is like within a week or two of the time they went missing. Isn't that crazy? I mean, this image right here is April 11th, so about 2 weeks. April 11th, 2004. Was that crazy or what? Wouldn't that have been amazing if this was like on that day a satellite image, you know? And this is where they lived at the time, and we saw a street view the other night where it was back in 2008. And then there's this road that goes up here, but there was another, you can see it right here, there was this other driveway that went up like that. And I think that's where their old house used to be. Like it went like this and then up. What do you mean above that? I just pointed at the barn. Are you saying it's this one then? Elite Lawn and Landscape? Or this one? I have the right barn, right? Ah, man, this is so frustrating. Yeah, it's becoming who's on first. Too much. I said, is that the one? Yes, that's the one. And then it's not. Okay, which one is it then? Is it this one right here? I'm going to keep making this spinning around on this one. Is that the one? Right there? This thing? Right there? Why would they have a barn way up here if they lived here? I mean, I know that there's this, all the family members live on here. Okay, way up here then, or? Right here. How about this? Is that the barn right there then? I'm already frustrated. All right, here's Wells Road. Okay.
But see, you're so far behind that you'll go, okay, right there. I'm going to be way past it already. So here's Wells Road. Okay, but you can see it visibly. All right. This is April 2004. Okay. So that means this is right at the time the barn was there and you can see through the trees. Is it this one right here? This thing? Okay, you see it. Where is it? Oh, wait, weren't we looking at something? Okay, this one right here then? Right there? The one that says barn on it? Oh man, I'll just need yeses and nos, not it's all their property. Is it this one right here? Okay, then I pointed at this one and you said it's up above it, so there's nothing in between here, you see? So it's not this one either. Is it still farther down? If I went like this? This thing? Right. Well, there's nothing in here, though. You can see through the woods and everything. So. Yeah, we'll just figure it out tomorrow. Okay, it's too frustrating to do it this way. So, I mean, you should definitely be able to see it from the air, though, because the trees are thin, and you can see every other building around. Right. Okay. Yeah. So I know that they own all this property up here, and you know, now we're north-south oriented. So that's it. All right. So you guys are going to call in tomorrow, and the freaks are going to come up with questions to ask, and you know, maybe you can go over in more detail some of the what. Man, you guys are like 45 seconds behind. Slow mode? No, it's like 5 seconds, so it's not that much. If you can't wait 5 seconds, then it's not a problem. Yeah. I don't know, when you say the next, are you saying even further up here? It's way up here then? You think it's this one? Yes, what? See, I don't know. I think she was saying yes, this one. Okay, I'm going to put this pin on the barn, and then later on you can say yes, that's it or not. Okay? Thank you, Kit Kat. Yeah, we'll clear it up tomorrow. Yeah, I think she's like 20 minutes behind on the chat. Yeah. I think that's what the frustrating part is. So, not 20 minutes, but like, you know, a minute or something. You know, so you got to always remember to be, you know, right up to the current time, unless you're actually on rewind for a minute. Yeah, it's not really 20 minutes, but yeah, there's a clear spot right here. Yeah, I see that, but this image right here is from exactly the same time frame. So, and I've seen the barn. It looked like it was white, so that thing should stick out like a sore thumb. So tomorrow, when you guys call in on Zoom, we'll get it all figured out. But also, you guys can answer, you know, any questions anybody has, and maybe you can give us more information on
the phone calls and maybe some of the incidents, like the one where she left and went with him to live in the barn. And, you know, what were the fears that you had when you were in Nevada that you actually, after moving all the way out there for a job, you were so worried that you came back again with Casey, where Heather and Jennifer live. So, yeah. All right, you guys. So why don't you guys, we'll have you call tomorrow, but I appreciate you guys showing up into the chat and, you know, clearing up some stuff and adding in your thoughts throughout the show. But remember, when you go on to a live show, if you go on to rewind it a little bit, you got to make it move. You know, you got to like refresh it to go all the way to where people are actually talking right at that moment. Oh, so I'm at the right place right now with the pin? Okay. Let's see if it's still there. I don't know. Looks like it's different, whatever that shape is. Yeah, now Casey's responding like right away. So that's why I missed all your responses to my questions, because I'd ask a question and then there'd be 15 other comments, and then by that time, I mean, I wasn't looking anymore, I guess. I don't know how to fix that. I used to not do rewind mode. Maybe when I do live shows where there's a family member on, I should turn that off, where people can't be on rewind mode or anything like that. Okay, all right, you guys. So I'm gonna move on to a different case right now, but we will definitely have you on tomorrow, and then maybe we can do questions and answers, stuff like that. All right. And I'm sorry you're having to go through all this. I mean, shit, 18 years, man, that's crazy. And those people just probably feel like they've won the lottery. You know, they're, well, not really. It sounds like it's kind of messed their lives up a little bit, but. All right. Are you guys, is everybody still here? You guys aren't chatting very much. You get out of on your screen and toggle to something else. Oh, does it? Yeah. Okay, so we'll see you guys tomorrow at around 5:30 if you want to hang out, and you know, we're just going to go over a different case. Start it because there's no way I can get through it at this point. But thank you for letting us go through that timeline. I think it was really helpful. Put some more information together. You know, made it, you know, some pieces, put more pieces together, I guess. You know, another person it would be great to talk to is the father, because I'd really like to know if he can remember, what he can remember about that phone call. Because the 2-hour phone call, you don't talk for 2 hours in the situation that she was in without there being a little bit more specific information related to what's going on. You know, it's not like they're sitting there talking about what flowers she planted, that kind of thing. Sounds like mainly the phone call was about the situation. And 2 hours, that means a lot's talked about, a lot said. There's got to be a lot more to that one. All right, well, I got the pin in the right spot, it sounds like. So. Yeah, you guys can still hang out here if you want. I'm going to just go over a different case now. Hey, thank you, Paulette Leonard on PayPal. Yeah, it's weird. I sent out hold on a second. I gotta send an email to somebody really quick. Hmm. Yeah. Yeah, I live in Oregon. Yeah, the same time as tonight. Yeah, maybe like 5:36, something like that. I'll post the link in our Facebook chat that we're having, and then both of you can just both use the same link and click on it, and that would go to Zoom. You don't have to use video or anything. You can watch. I'll put video on Zoom. It's actually the live feed from the show, and you can see what I'm doing on the screen. Oh, he can't remember anything? Oh man, that's too bad. Is there anybody he would have told to anything? Did the police ever interview him in detail? Man, I'd love to almost just join that police force just to get those files, to read them, if they have any at all. Okay. All right, so I'll send you guys the link tomorrow, but you guys can hang out here. I'm going to be going over something else. But I think it does come down to the call that he got at work was the first frantic call related to the demise of Jennifer and Adrianna, and every bit of the story told after that is a complete fabrication. The story invented. There's nothing. None of the rest is true, other than right when he got home, and then everything after that is not true. For you, Richard Watts, you got free airtime? I don't get it, man. I don't get it. Yeah, so I saw this image on that, or hold on. Oops. On the faces of, it's just called like faces of unsolved cases here. And then when I looked at that, I went, well, that must be a Jane Doe. And it says unsolved homicide victim, August 1973, Lake Lotus, Florida. And they came up with this image based off of a skeleton. Yeah. So I don't know how close that is. But I actually found the article. It says rain slows bodies probe. So there might have been a previous article. I didn't really look for it, but here we go. Do you guys want to? We can go through this for a little bit. Oh, they got it on interview. Good. A steady rain and confusion over skeletal remains, which may be those of a third person, hampered police investigators today in efforts to comb a West Altamonte Springs dumping area for clues concerning the death of at least 2 persons whose bodies were found Wednesday. An autopsy to determine cause of death and possibly identities was being performed today. The decomposed remains of what detectives said were 2 bodies were uncovered in a heavy wooded area north of Lake Lotus Wednesday afternoon.
Seminole County Sheriff's investigators, however, also uncovered a jaw structure that may be parts of a third skull about 50 yards from the thicket where the other remains were centered off of, looks like, let me go in here. 1973 Ginger Doe. And this is in Florida, so it said, what was that address again? Off SR 431 near Lake Lotus. Well, let's see, Lake Lotus, Florida. So that's Lake Lotus, huh? Hey, cool. Welcome.
Here's a map of Watton Street, Winston-Salem, NC.
What the hell was that? What was that right there? Wow. I don't even know where that came from, that sound. Yeah, it looks like that's Lake Lotus. But it probably didn't look anything like this in 1970 something. I bet if we go back to 1990, there's like nothing. Yeah, a lot bigger area of nothing. Yeah, I don't know. It kind of looks about the same. So it said 431. It's that's 434 right there. They called it SR 431. So state, Florida, Highway 431. Oh. Ah, man. Lake Lotus, Florida. And I'll just put a pin there. So somewhere in this area is where they found these bodies. Yeah, it sounded like Alexa, but it was my phone. Oh. See, that was way over there. I think it was my phone that did that. Weird. See, Seminole Sheriff Captain L.R. Rice today said a thorough search in the dumping area planned for this morning would be held at least until the pathologist can patch the pieces together. Gunter said he was reluctant to conclude the skull sections found away from the thicket belonged to a third human being. Police Chief Justice East of Seminole County Sheriff John Polk both said they are strongly suspected foul play but had no idea who the victims might be. So I'm just going to remove it off of that at this point. They were discovered Tuesday by an unidentified Eatonville resident who drove to the area to dump trash and noticed an odor from a densely wooded area off one of several one-lane interconnecting dirt roads wandering through the dump area 200 yards south of another dirt road connecting SR 431 and then now we have a road, Bunnell Road. Okay, there we go. There's Bunnell Road, so we know we're in the right place. Bunnell Road. continues up like that. There has been no attempt to bury them, Polk said, although one body had been covered by cardboard carton tops. He followed the odor to where the bodies had been left about 30 feet into the trees. Through the dump area about 200 yards south of another dirt road connecting SR 431 and Bunnell Road. So where is SR 431? 414, 441, 434, 436. And I don't even see it. 441, 434. I wonder if 434 used to be 431, because here's Bunnell, and then it sort of kind of almost runs into it over here. The dump area is situated about 3/4 of a mile south of southwest of the SR 436-431 intersection north of Lake Lotus. Okay. So here's Lake Lotus, and it's probably like, there's 436. And then, you know, you kind of do wonder if 434 used to be 431. Because it matches what they're saying. No identification, weapons, or clues of any kind were found. Discarded clothing was strewn about. The investigators could not ascertain whether any of that was that of the victims. Whoever dropped the bodies apparently knew the area well. Polk agreed, surmising that had not the man who reported the bodies not been attracted by the smell, they might have remained there indefinitely. Most of the scattered bone fragments were those of young adult, not apparently protected by the cardboard covers. So at first they thought one was a male and one was a female. One body found in dump could be Orlando girl. So here's a picture of them digging around in the area. Orlando police believe one of two decomposed bodies found Wednesday in Altamont Springs dump may be that of a young Orlando woman missing since August 5th. The missing woman, and this is in August 24th, so that was, I guess that wasn't missing that long. The missing woman was identified as Laura Lynn Harberts, 18, a medical records secretary at Orange Memorial Hospital. She had lived in Orlando about a year when she mysteriously disappeared. Major James Good said a pair of black panties with the word Sunday written on them found at the dump is similar to the ones believed to be worn by Miss Harberts when she disappeared. In addition, both the body identified as being female and the missing woman had blonde hair. We're very suspicious, Good said, although we're not positive this is her. The second body is believed to be a young man between 16 and 20 years old. One of the discrepancies, he said, involves a ring that was found at the site. The ring, an 18-karat birthstone ring with a name engraved on the inside, does not match the description of a ring police believe Miss Harberts was wearing when she disappeared. All right, let me go to the next one. Dentist identifies girl's body. So that's actually her right there. So this is the dentist identifies girl's body. Orlandoan was clerk in a hospital, and that's her. So police Friday positively identified one of two bodies found in an Altamont Springs dump Tuesday as Laura Lynn Harberts, 18-year-old Orlando hospital clerk who vanished on August 5th. They had appealed to the public as possibly the only hope of identifying the second body, a male believed to be 16 to 20. No identification developed Friday how the pair died, but it was hoped laboratory examination of bone marrow might yield some clues. Miss Harberts, an attractive and petite blonde, was identified by comparison of dental x-rays with parts of her jawbone and some teeth found at the foul-smelling dump off SR 431 near Lake Lotus. Orlando Police Lieutenant Ed Payton said identification was established by Dr. Wayne Todd, an Orlando dentist. She was to begin inhalation therapy training at Florida Hospital August 6th, the day after she walked away. She walked out of her apartment and vanished. He said Police Chief Justice East appealed to anyone who knew. I wonder if you actually looked her. What's her name? Laura Lynn Harberts. Laura Lynn. I think that's right. Yeah. And this would be August 1973, Florida. And then, yeah, so her first mention is when she, it wasn't when she disappeared. Whom did Bouncy Laura trust with their young life? So it says Laura Lynn Harberts, a freckled-faced teenager with a reputation for being too trusting, made her first mistake on that lazy summer day a few weeks ago when she turned down an invitation to go out with her Orlando roommate. That decision began a baffling chain of events that ended Friday with the positive identification of Laura's decomposed... so this is a serial killer, obviously, right? Laura's decomposed body found in the Altamani Springs dump. Man, you guys are killing me. I just realized I was reading up there. It says so old-fashioned to have days of the week on undergarments, and I was just realizing that she wrote that comment like 10 minutes ago. But anyways, you know what I should do is I'll just, maybe we'll just make this show mainly about the first case, and then I'll continue on with this on a different night, because we've already been on there for 2 hours and 20 minutes. I've done 2 4-hour nights in a row, and I'm just tired. Awesome. So anyways, it's an interesting story. You've got we'll go through it on a different time, but they never do identify the other body, and then it turns out like there's a guy that's arrested for this girl's death, and big long saga about that. Yeah, if we have time tomorrow, I'll do it. It's just, I don't know, when nobody's chatting, it gets kind of old. I can always tell it's going to be really bad at that point. Let's see. Because if you notice, I was still reading on the other one, but people are interested in it. Whenever I'm reading the old cases, there's like one comment every 10 minutes. It's not really that fun. So thank you to Donna Scott and Paulette Leonard on the PayPal. We'll go ahead and give out a couple notebooks tonight. Alright, so thank you to the Velvet Army. And welcome to Jennifer Dotson. Eugenie, Kathy Friedenmaker, Quietly Frozen, Cairo with a cat eye, Jennifer Dotson, Jen Allison, Cami Curry with a cat eye, and Kit Kat. See, it was really bad, like, in terms of numbers of people. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Normally it's like 20 something. But, you know, all nights can't be like the other nights. No, it's okay, Zozo. Thank you, though. Appreciate it. And thank God for the cat eyes, man. That would have been. I always do that on the stream. One day I will get on when it starts. What time do you... usually, you know, 5:36. Usually between like 5:30 and 7. Thanks, Zozo. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, man, I definitely already sent her one. No doubt about that. Yeah, I was just getting really slow in there. Yeah. So, anyways, I thought it was cool to have them on as guests, Kathy and Casey, in the chat. It got kind of, at the end, it was hard because there was such a long delay to get something done. But when they're on Zoom, they're actually looking at my screen at the same time. So it's actually quicker than even if you weren't even on rewind mode. It's live. So when they come on tomorrow, we can definitely go over it. I don't know what that means, Jess. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah. But anyways, you guys should go over to like Discord or something like that after the show. I'm going to do a spin. We're just going to do a notebook. All right. Maybe 2 notebooks because one for Quietly Frozen. I can't do the mug now, unfortunately. Yeah, thank you. So thank you guys for being here tonight. Thanks for supporting the channel. And the new channel members, don't forget to hit the like button. And for God's sakes, make a comment. If you don't think it's cool, though, to go over these, I mean, these other cases are just as interesting as anything else. Like, this one's really interesting, I think. You know, you've got this whole thing where, you know, there was abuse going on, arguing, perhaps a sexual assault on a child, and, you know, a lot of stuff going on, and it all culminated in the disappearance of a 21-year-old mother and a 2-year-old child. And there's been no justice whatsoever, even though it's really pretty obvious what's going on here. Yeah. The other case that I was just about to cover might be pretty interesting because it turns out where you've got 2 bodies found in the woods, but later on it's determined that they're like 8 months apart, so it would be a dumping ground. And then one of the people, there were some people of interest, but then they made an arrest and a guy got convicted. The same person was convicted of a rape. It was funny because he was in the paper, he got convicted of a rape, and then 5 months later he was convicted again. I mean, he was arrested again for the murder of the girl that was identified right here. And he's in, it's just really crazy stuff. Like, eventually he was a new trial was ordered. He was given the death penalty, but then a new trial was ordered. And then instead of going to trial, he'd plead guilty for 2nd-degree murder. And I think
it's almost a reality that he didn't even do it. You know, that the funny thing is it's almost like he didn't really even do it, because what happened was after he pleaded to second-degree murder, he was getting a sentence and then time served. So he just got out at that point. So it's almost like they said, listen, tell you what, you'll be out right away, just accept the, get guilty here and we'll call it a night. And they still haven't identified the other body, so I sent that on to Misty Gillis to see if there's any, opportunities there for us to fund maybe the identification. So that might be pretty cool. So anyways, thank you guys for being here tonight. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Don't forget to check out GHI The Missing on Facebook, and maybe even the Discord if you're a channel member. Stay streaming wave. About what, The other one I had like 30. Here, let me show you. Let me show you this thing. Thanks, Zozo.
I'll be back if you want me to.
Here, hold on a second.
Stay
Hold on a
streaming
second.
wave, ocean wave.
Stay streaming wave. Now I've got to do a stream for. Here, just a second. Just a second. Look at this right here. This is how many files were in that one. Look at. This is just the missing person case that led into all these other things. Like this guy right here was the guy that was convicted. And then there's all these, it looks like there's interesting articles about, like, it was a mistake, the death penalty, or I don't know. So who actually killed that person? 1973? Shit, where was Bundy at the time, huh? Florida, that's one of his places, right? I think Florida was later, though. He was like, wasn't that like 78 or so? If I remember right. Yeah, so it was weird to get it started and then people would forget. That'd be a long one, a lot of reading. For sure. Well, I'm still here, Zozo. What do you want me to do? What happened, Ducking Felonies? Are you on rewind mode? Is that what the shake my head is? Or that's what I said. I thought 431 was 434. Okay. Oh, cool. Awesome. Another one? Well, thanks, Zozo. You could have done one. I haven't seen you do a cat eye. We could have had the one cat eye in there. If you just combine that together, Thank you. Wow, I was just about to get the hell out of here. Had those 2 4-hour shows in a row. But now I'm obligated to stay.
Chewbacca?
Shit.
I'll be Chewbacca if you want me to.
I think Duckin' Felonies must be on rewind mode or
Ocean
something.
wave underscore basic generous.
Oh wait, how about this? I'll read some of the comments to you guys on that video. Want me to do that? Oh, wait, come on, what, you win the lottery today, Zozo? What the hell's going on? Okay. Oh, look at, you got the, nice. Oh, I guess it didn't convert over, or is that the other one?
Colon underscore basic generous colon
Oh, you
underscore
guys are
basic
crazy.
generous colon underscore basic generous colon underscore basic generous colon underscore basic generous colon underscore basic generous.
Quietly frozen. Well, hell, now I gotta do 4 hours. Oh, you guys are crazy. Jesus, what's going on? Well, thanks, Zozo, Quietly Frozen, and look at that, the Velvet Army. Man, you guys are too much. You just made up the whole night there.
Yeah, wow, whole other show now, right? I mean,
Jojo is killing me.
do you guys want to hear some of the comments that people write about me, though, just for the hell of it? Let me see. I'm sure you do, Brian. Yeah, sure you do. Let's see.
See here?
Say here. All right. Let's see. I don't think that's real. What's going on? What's going on, Zozo? This isn't even the last night of the month. What's going on? Jesus. Well, thank you so much. You guys are crazy people. Yeah, maybe that's what it is.
_ basic health _ basic generous _ basic troll.
Yeah, so this idiot named Donna Bailey on this YouTube channel over here. Hell, I'll even show the comments because these are actually people publicly posting on internet. So right down here it says, I usually judge content by the cover, and I put up my off by the flashy, grabby look of Emmy approach, so I don't click on most of them. Thank you for your professionalism. I mean, somebody telling that guy that he's professional is akin to being, you're just an absolute idiot at that point. Thank you for your professionalism, all you do to get to the bottom of this awful thing. I just unsubscribed to Grant Hughes. Thank you, Donna. I'm glad a moron like you isn't on here anymore. Thank you very much. What else we have here? Another person. Gray is one of those people who has an inflated sense of their own importance, a deep need for excessive attention and admiration, troubled relationships, a lack of say, look at what they did was say, I bet if you took the wording right here, let's see, excessive attention, and I put this into Google, let's see what it does. Hold on. Oh, look at it. Narcissistic personalities. They got it right on this page here. Let's see. Yeah, you knew that was going to be in there. Oh, that's amazing. So there you go. They just took it right out of a page. A lack of empathy. Yeah, because I don't have any empathy for anybody. It's weird. Strange stuff. But behind this mask of extreme confidence lies a fragile self-esteem that is vulnerable to the slightest criticism. No, see, what you're doing is you're referring to the person in the channel that you're typing about. This guy will threaten to murder you if you say one thing about his work. Textbook narcissistic behavior. Yes, and you got that right out of the narcissistic personality disorder webpage. Okay, so there you go. Oh yeah, what else does it say? His viewers are and will always be beneath him, as he knows all and can only feel big if he keeps everyone else small. Makes my skin crawl. Get well soon, Joe. Isn't it amazing? Like, I don't know. I mean, do these people, is it just like a club that they're in where, let's see. Where's this other one? I'm suffering through COVID with you. I'm sending much love and many well wishes your way. Grant Hughes is a nut job with his hand always out. The only time I've ever been on that man's channel was for approximately 2 minutes. The last time he had Kelsey German on his channel. That was more than enough. The man is clearly unstable. As I said before, you have my full support, Joe. Isn't this amazing? I mean, I know I can be an ass sometimes and whatnot. And yes, raising the funds on the channel every single night is part of what we do here. So, I don't know how else to to explain it, but we donate a shitload of money to charity. We're going to be at the end of this month at probably right around $92,000 since January 2020. Okay, so I don't know what to tell you about that. What else we got here? There's one lady that's always coming after me. It doesn't matter what chat, where I'm at. You know what's crazy is 1,100 views and 175 comments. I think some of these are what he claimed I did. He has like a bot, because some of them aren't even related. It's really bizarre. Like, I wish you a speedy recovery, and selfishly, I hope this opens up a lot of time for us. Does that sound like something somebody would actually type in? You know, that doesn't even seem normal. Yeah. Yeah, I know. The person that just typed in, that's not actually her channel. That's the same troll that mimics me made that one. They even have the same video on that channel. Alright, I saw it earlier today. So here's this lady here always attacks me. His opinion never mattered. He's not the sharpest tool in the shed. He looks for things to say that will hurt people, not help. He's the exact opposite of what this world needs. His motives are clear in my eyes. Sorry to hear that you're not well. I hope you feel better soon, and please take care of yourself. And continue to threaten to murder people as often as you can, Joe. Because when you offer to murder people, it makes me love your channel even more. It's the greatest channel in the... I mean, it's incredible, you guys. These guys are nut jobs here. I mean, you guys care that I'm going through these? Because, I mean, it's really when you read these things, you read them and just go, wow. I mean, is that really your perception? Or is it just sort of like you heard you're supposed to have that perception? No, it's amazing, Lillian. So the thing is, nobody ever, it's like people just say these kinds of things and it's okay. Grant Hughes is the county fair of the true crime community. A bunch of high-priced games and rides to take your money. Oh yeah, that's what it is. Let's see. Get better quickly. I'm so eagerly waiting the next video. For any Grant Hughes subscribers on here, Grant Hughes lives in a glass house, and yet is the first to throw stones. Please consider taking a 2-week break from watching his channel. Yes, everybody, please consider taking a 2-week break. After 2 weeks, ask yourself, why is this case unsolved for more than 5 years? You might be amazed where your conscience guides you. Look at how crazy these people are. Now, take a 2-week break, everybody, and then ask yourself why. And you know what? I think they're implying that I have something to do with it not being solved, that me and the Delphi cabal have gotten together and have conspired to keep the public from knowing the truth about the Delphi case. Gray did mention... Oh, look at... And this is a total bogus thing. Gray did mention your mother on his channel. He even acknowledged that your response to Babylonian Cowboy was from an emotional moment about your mother. He said he didn't know the creator of the incident, but instead of being impartial, he just commented on the incident. See, they're trying to bring this... These people are crazy people. I've never talked about his mom. I don't know his mom. Well, I guess right then, when I say I've never talked about his mom, I'm talking about his mom, but I'm not really talking about his mom. I'm talking about how I've never talked about his mom. But these people are brain dead. That's the truth. God bless you always, Joe. In every way, shape, and form. Love and prayers going for you now. Yeah. I've never made it through an entire Grant Hughes Investigates video. So I'm not sure what he's all about. I think I may have seen a video of his stuff when I first got interested in the case. At any rate, Joe, From this exchange between you, it's quite apparent that you are really above this kind of squabble. Really? He's the one that sent the first email, and it was a ridiculous email. He wanted to go meet in a parking lot somewhere. I swear to God, you guys. Oh my God. See, that's what I was saying. I actually laughed. I was having a great time listening to the video, bashing me. It made me laugh for a long time. And these comments are another indication of how crazy people are in society. You know? So, it's like people don't really know what they're talking about. They just hear somebody else say something. They go, oh, yeah, that gray guy. Yeah. Yeah, see, like this one in here, I hope all of you are doing well. Do you think that's a real comment after watching that video that you're just going to say that? No. Nobody is a gatekeeper to the true crime genre. Nobody can say something is false and inaccurate until the true facts are out there. No, I can tell you that. I can tell you that an alien did not abduct the girls first. Okay. You know, there's some things that you just know. Yeah, right. I mean, can I? I don't know how to explain it, but you know, I've been covering the Delphi case since the beginning. I actually, you know, I got to know the family members, and they've come on and talked, and I know how they feel. I genuinely know myself how they feel. I know how Becky feels. I know how Kelsey feels. I know how Mike feels. I've actually been talking to Mike while he's in his kitchen cooking, and he tears up remembering something. Okay, but I didn't put that in the video because you know he probably doesn't want that in there. And plus, it was an audio video, so you're not going to see it. But the truth is they really, and they make it sound like that Kelsey, Becky, Mike, and all the rest of them are just really cold-blooded minded people. They really don't care at all. And man, I have seen the absolute opposite of that. Because I've seen them and I've talked to them. None of these people have talked to them, nor do they care. They would ignore any video that they saw where they saw genuine emotion. They would just ignore it or explain the emotions to some other element or another reason why they feel that way. Yeah, really? Hey, Gloreca. No, don't remove Gloreca. No, don't. I don't want you to remove Gloreca. I want Gloreca to explain. Okay, so you're back in there, Gloreca. What a ridiculous name, or Cloreca, whatever the hell that name is. But listen, when you come back on, explain how, okay? Explain to us. Because you keep saying the same thing, a lot of you people. When I don't think there's another YouTuber that's more clear on the channel, okay? And right here it says, I look for channels where differing opinions, suspects are welcome and not treated as abominations. Well, yeah, I think everybody's like that. But but if you're at a point where you know that you're trashing people that have nothing to do with it at all. I mean, making videos about how a book was slid off of a bed. How are you relating that to the murders of Abby and Libby? There isn't one. You're just looking at something, trying to make it fit so that all your people will cry and get angry. So go ahead, Cloreca. Go ahead and give us the reason. We're waiting for your answer. Okay? Here we go. Don't give him your time and energy. It's a waste of time. Please rest and take of yourself, whatever the hell that means. Let's see. Always good to think critically. I'll be watching your investigation. Okay, all right. Where's these other ones? Wow, so your videos aren't part of the... No, his videos are not part of the true crime genre. I don't consider anything that he does part of it at all. When did solving crime have anything to do with the Hollywood true crime genre? Oh, wait. Was it when he convinced himself that it's okay to be making money off of children that have been brutally murdered. You see how they always say the same sentence right here? Making money off of children that have been brutally murdered, and they're talking about Abby and Libby every single time. You know, my channel brings an income in every single night. So, because I do shows every single night. I mean, God, you know what? I'm so tired of saying the same thing over and over again. And then, because of that, because of the generosity of all the freaks, I donate a large chunk to charity every single month. And it's not just some minuscule, piddly little chunk. It's a massive amount of money every single month. Yeah, these people don't know that I cover other cases. You know, it's bizarre almost. Really strange stuff. And then right here, look at this weird comment. So Hughes donates money to his own channel? Love it. Okay, when am I doing that? You guys see it on the screen. I donate, when you do donation night, I donate, thousands of dollars to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, RAIN, Texas EquiSearch, tons and tons of charities, and our DNA fund. Okay? So I don't know what that means. But see, I wanted you guys, is this helpful at all for you guys to see like what I'm dealing with on a daily basis? Like this type of lunacy? Yeah. Well, I don't need to tell them to prove it. I can prove at the end of every month. They can go watch the videos on the screen. Oh yeah, and then Quietly Frozen, my wife, she's always donating. It's amazing. And what we're doing is I'm losing money every time my wife donates. Yeah. Let's see. How much you want to bet he comes back after COVID and say, wow, it was really dicey, everybody, and try to get as much sort of sympathy as he can from his crowd. I guarantee it. Hey, look at that, my wife, thank you. My second wife, Quietly Frozen. That's awesome. You guys are crazy. Man. Thank you. You're hilarious. That's crazy. All right, so let's see. Always wondered how 75,000 subs channel has only a live audience of 300 and then 20 comments, mostly moderators. Well, here's the thing. When you're doing a live show, everybody's commenting during the show. Okay, now maybe a few people that are watching the show not live later might comment, but most of the people that end up watching it are watching it live, or they're reading the comments and they don't have anything to say. Okay, now if you have bots like this guy does and puts them on your show, you might get an extra 100 comments on there. He tried to claim that I do, and yet here's somebody basically telling him he's wrong because I only get like 20 comments. And 300 people is about what you'd expect when you're not covering the really popular cases every single day. You get like, right now we only have 177 people watching. We had maybe 240 because we were going over a case that nobody's talking about, but I'm going to cover it anyways because I think we can actually help Jennifer and Adrianna's case. I actually feel like if we keep going over it enough, something might come out, and then you start putting pressure on people. That case is absolutely solvable, and I think it's just like Ledyard's case that we covered. That one's absolutely solvable as well. So, and I'm still communicating with Ledyard's sister and her friend on Facebook. And they're just kind of waiting. They're having a meeting pretty soon with detectives. Yeah. And I think that other case, the Jade case, so there's like 3 of them right now that are interesting, you know. The one, Jade's the case where the brother died in a car accident, like the following day, while looking around for answers after the death of his sister. And that one's been ruled a homicide on the sister, yet they're not looking into it because the police all think it's a suicide. And that necessarily means that the gun was found there, but the body was in such a weird position that they don't think. All right, what else we got here? It says, I'll assume most people that subscribe to you probably do not watch that clown. I can't stand him. Well, you know, Chrissy, people probably can't stand you either. You know what I mean? And it's okay if you don't like me. But it's not okay when people make up stuff. All right? So where's that idiot up above? I got to go block him now. So, since they never came back in. I gave them a chance to explain themselves, but they never did. How unfortunate. Yeah. Gray insults his listeners and badgers them, and they donate or hit the like the sun. What? I don't even know what that means. Get well soon, Joe. Don't let them get to you. They're worried only about the money. Less subs, less money. I don't know what that means. Everyone just needs to chill. There was somebody did have a negative comment up here. Let's see. Hold on. Let me get to the. Where is that? His opinion never mattered. He's not the sharpest tool. Oh, this one's a sarcastic comment. I think that one got removed. Yeah, so he got rid of the negative one. So he might be really sick at home, but boy, he gets up and gets that one deleted. I don't think I have Zoom open. I don't know. It's amazing though. There's a community of really dumb people that follow really bad YouTube content creators.
Recording in progress.
And I don't know if they know that, but yeah. Yeah, I can do the now we got this whole long show going now. Just a second. Well, there you go. There you go. There's the phone line. It's open. I think you're on the right track with this case. Cockroaches do not like light shined on them, and you seem to have them pretty stirred up. No, people are stirred up because you're attacking innocent people there isn't even a shred of anything that's interesting at all about Kelsey, Mike, or Becky regarding the case. There's nothing interesting about it, but what you're doing is you're finding little clips and you're trying to make a nefarious, sort of spin them into a nefarious web. It's crazy. Grant Hughes is a nut job. I don't waste any time on his bullshit. Many of us know better. FYI, Howdy comes from the Greeno, Randy Gravitz, Marvin Frank Conv crowd. How the hell does he think he is? Who the hell does he think he is? He came on AASB in the chat. He said he was only trying to exchange ideas. I saw through him, and I immediately unsubbed to his channel. I don't go for his Michael Jackson BS either. So don't go pissing on my shoes, then tell me it's raining, howdy. It's never okay, in my book, to attack Joe's dearly departed mom. Never. Yeah, I mean, it's never good to, attack somebody's mom. But Joe tries to be Michael Jackson on every show. He tells people I was going to murder him with a white glove, like the one that Michael Jackson had when he did Billie Jean and did the moonwalk on the stage. Yeah. Oh, here's the one. Gray pubes. Grow the F up. He needs to go spend all his blood money he collects off Abby and Libby's death to pay his cell phone bill, his car insurance, or whatever he spends the blood money on. And quit bullying you. Shame on him. Doesn't feel guilty on his evil, selfish, money-hungry self. You go spend that blood money, Gray Pubes. Isn't that amazing? I mean, look at the brains of these people. That big. Hi, Joe. You sound terrible. What goes in? Gray likes to hear himself talk and will argue with anyone who disagrees. Yeah, I mean, I do argue. If I don't agree with somebody, I'm going to argue with them. Why not do that? He trolls. I'm sorry that these channels are fighting with everyone instead of getting at the truth of the murders. Let's see. For any... that's the one he says. Sit around for 2 weeks and then come back. Okay, here's that lady again. Cindy OK. Gray is a clown. Can't stand that goober smoocher. Love you, Joe. I'll be praying for your recovery, and I can't wait for you to threaten to murder people again. Let's see. From his thousands of subs, he has like 5 regular callers. Nobody else wants to risk being humiliated. Well, the thing is people just don't... I don't know why people don't call on my show. But it's the end of the month now, and you will be a tiny bit nicer. No, I'm the same all the time. Okay? So I might be I'll be an ass every single day if it's what it is, but I don't think that's what it is. It's like I'm just direct, Like I see something and I go, no. Like last night with Play-Doh, Like she's just saying the same thing over and over, and I'm like, nah, come on, no. It's just what it is. No, just get over it. And these people must be really weak or something. But yeah, it would be cool if more of you called in when we had the phone lines open like they are right now. Right? Oh wait, there's somebody right there. Hey, 856.
Hey, Greg.
Hey, what's going on?
It's Lillian.
What's going on?
Well, you know what, Greg? Here I go with my soapbox.
You're the same caller.
Here I go with my soapbox. Okay. I'll call in.
Yeah.
You know I will. Listen, there is so much nastiness going on in this world. And whoever this person is, and I see, why you do this and show us this, because, he's trying to, and whoever else is, they're like trying to, which it's not going to happen, but they're trying to destroy your channel and you because...
Well, that's what they say.
You're jealous. They're jealous.
That's what they say. They say... What's weird is they say that I'm jealous of him. It's like, what? About what? Like what am I jealous about?
And you know what, Gray? People cannot... Look, you're straightforward. You don't take no, and I'm going to say the word right out loud. You don't take bullshit. Okay? Oh. And I can understand that because the business that you're in, you can get a lot of it. And you have to keep a hold on the show. You can't let people come on there and just. You don't have to disagree with everything that everybody says, and it doesn't make you a JO. It makes you have your own opinion. You let people give their opinions, but if they go off half-cocked, you shut them down.
Yeah, or I'll just go, that doesn't make any sense.
I don't blame you.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing: is like, I guess what makes me different is you'll have the other people. They have callers call in, and they're not even aware of the case well enough to be able to respond when somebody on the call makes a statement that cannot be true based on the facts in a case. So I'll immediately go, no, see, that doesn't make sense, right? Because a minute ago, we just learned this, and it's like, oh, yeah, wow, okay. But those guys, they just let it go, and everybody's just rambling on, and there's nothing.
And you know, Gray, it's hard, and I can see that, watching the shows as much as I do, and if you watch other people, you can see, and I'm not just throwing these kudos out, you could see the work you put in to your shows. Number one, you could see that. Anybody can see that watches you every single night. And you don't have to give to any charity if you didn't want to. You are trying to bring up these cold cases because if nobody did, people would forget about them because there's tons and tons of them.
Yeah.
So you bring them up, and then you try to make a difference and get somebody involved. Yeah, of course you're reading stuff. Well, how the hell else you supposed to know what it's about if you're not reading it?
Yeah, and I think it's fun to read the articles and sort of go through them together, learning the facts, and then remove it. The thing is it is reading, and the problem is my channel sort of suffers a lot of times in terms of, it's like when, the fundraising element of the channel, when I do the reading part, it, I can just tell you factually it drops down, but at the same time, it's like, how do you not still cover some of these old cases, right? Like,
exactly. And you do the maps, and you know what, Gray? I got to tell you, you are a gentleman. You might snap somebody when they need it to be jerked back, but I've never heard you once, and this is what I appreciate. And I'm look, I know curse words, for God's sake. I'm 72, let's face it. And I say them. When I get mad, I say them. But there's a time and a place. And you know what? You are a gentleman on the air. You don't use foul language because, we're mostly women in here, and we appreciate that. It's not like we're prudes or anything like that. If I said it right, I don't know. But you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I try not to cuss very much. I mean, every once in a while I just sort of have to.
And you don't. Yeah. And you don't. And so, I mean, you know what, Gray? We know what this person's about. I wouldn't give him, like my mother used to say to me, if I would come home from school, Mommy, somebody's picking on me, she'd say, look, they're just trying to get your goat. And I'd look at her like, huh? And she'd go, don't let them know where you have it tied at. And I didn't know what the hell that meant till I got older. And I said, Mom, I get it now. And she says, well, they're just trying to get you to respond to that. So you know what, Gray? We know about this person or whoever he is. And you know what? You're better than that. And as far as you being stupid, I don't think so. Okay? Not for a minute.
Yeah, well,
no,
it's weird.
Not for a minute.
What's strange is when you hear the perception of other people, it's just really bizarre. I don't know if it's just, I mean, the thing is I think what it is, I mean, even a long time ago when the Delphi case first started, there was this Facebook group, okay? Massive Delphi Facebook group. And that first week of the Delphi case seemed like it took a month. I mean, it was so long days. I mean, it was crazy. So we were all just trying to figure out what the hell we were looking at with the image
Right.
that was released, and then the image of Abby on the bridge and the other shots. So
Right.
it wasn't until this one lady in one of the groups, she was watching there was like this guy that did a video on the bridge like in 2015 or something, and she was on the other side of the bridge and she noticed the forked tree there.
Yeah.
And when she said that, I go, oh my God, look at that. That's it. It's 100% it. And then even when I would explain it to her, the one that found the forked tree, I'd explain it to her over and over again. She'd go, I don't know, man. I think it's on the other side of the bridge. It just kept going on and on and on. And then I actually ended up getting kicked out of that group because I would just, there was a time where I would just get so frustrated. I go, what do you mean? It's right there. That's the forked tree. We can see that it was on, and it just goes on, and it just seems like there's these group of people that aren't able to accept when something changes. And if you don't allow them to continue to put out the same garbage and discuss the same crap that they've always wanted to discuss, they get really offended and they trash you. I'm somebody that when there's new facts, you got to move on. Like this whole thing, I always thought it was a serial killer at the bridge that was just waiting for an opportunity. Maybe it's a hybrid of something like that, but I definitely think that the catfishing event is definitely part of it now, and I've changed everything.
Well, we didn't know it then. We didn't know it then.
Yeah.
About the catfishing and the phone and all that. We didn't know that then, or we were told it wasn't. But Gray, you have done such good work on that case. And, that case, until it's solved, will always be in the forefront of everybody's mind because of the fact that Libby was able to get the audio and the video, and it was just two girls on a beautiful day going out there. Well, now we know she might have been meeting somebody or thought she was. Well, you know what? They were kids. And what are you going to do? But you kept that case, and you did a good job on it. And I hope, whenever there's something new or you hear something, you let everybody know, because we're all waiting for this to break. And you do a good job on any case you do. I mean, God, last night I was watching it till what time? 3.5 hours. God, my battery almost goes dead on my iPad and my battery. I'm telling you, because you're on so long and you dive into everything and you want to be so accurate. If you're off by 2 steps, you got to correct it. Everybody that watches you knows what you do. And you know what? I understand when somebody says something about you, and what this person is saying is pretty personal. And, you're trying to...
I thought what he was saying was sort of fun. Like, what he's saying is funny to me because he's such a hypocrite. But, like, it's the comments that the people make in there that you just go, wow, how could you be so... Because I know who I am. I know who I am. And I know what I'm really thinking. And to see
but they're not nice things that these people are saying.
Yeah.
And I mean, as a normal human being, look, if somebody was putting out stuff about me that wasn't true, I'd want to go off the deep end because I'm pretty straightforward, Gray, like you are, and I don't like people saying stuff about me that's not true, and I get it, but you just do your stuff and give them less of your time. But before I hang up, and none of us are leaving your show, so don't even worry about that. Let these assholes, do their own thing. But I just want to tell you one funny little thing because I think you need a laugh.
Yeah.
You had on a show a while ago where we were talking about dumb things we did. Well, this is one thing I did that was real dumb. And it's not long. I'll tell you guys about it. I had a meeting to go to when I was working, and I had to meet a couple guys my buddies up at this restaurant to park our cars, and then we all got in one regional car and drove up North Jersey. So I was running late. Nancy had my coffee ready. I was driving up there. I parked my car in this restaurant parking lot, and my buddies pulled up. We jumped in the car, and off we go. And we were up North Jersey for 8 hours. And when I came back was like a 9-hour day, 9.5-hour day. They said, I'll see you later. See you tomorrow. See you. I go to get in my car. I can't find my keys. I'm like, my buddy's going, what's the matter? I'm like, can't find my keys. Gray, I left my keys in the car. My car was running the whole time.
Wow. Was it still on when you're standing there?
Still on. Thank God I had a full tank of gas. I had to
Well,
call Nancy.
how long were you gone for?
About 9 hours.
Oh, but it wasn't moving, so I guess it could still...
No, it was I had it in park, of course.
Wow.
I slammed the door, and I went to the meeting and came home. We got back at the place, and I couldn't find my car keys. And here, I go over to the car. My buddy's like, "Where's your keys?" I'm like, "Oh my God, Chuck, my car's running." He's like, "What?" Well, they joked about that. Everybody at work knew about it. I had to go in there, or I don't know if we had cell phones by then. I don't know, but I had to call Nancy. She had to bring me up the spare key. My car was running the whole 9.5 hours.
Wow.
I was up.
How much gas did you have left in there?
I don't remember, but I sure had enough. Thank God I had a Toyota.
Yeah, I wonder how long, like, when you're not actually moving, how many, like, gallons per hour, not miles.
Ray, I don't even know, but what I'm telling you, I said to my buddy, I said, Chuck, it's a wonder somebody didn't go in and tell the restaurant owner, hey, some cars out there with nobody in it idling.
How'd you get in it?
And
How'd you get in the car?
I had to call Nancy.
Oh.
I couldn't get in the car. Nancy had to bring me a spare key. And when I called her, I said, Nancy, you got to bring me a spare key. She's like, what?
Poor Nancy.
I said, Nancy.
Poor Nancy. Hey, how's Nancy doing with the... Yeah, you got like, how many of those gallons of water? She sent me these pictures, you guys.
Oh, yeah.
Great. They go, hey, let's go get some water. And they have like 75,000 gallons of individual water.
Gray, listen. She said, I don't want you carrying it. It's too heavy for you. I'm going to order it. She goes, it's $25 to get... I go, Nance, do we need that much water? She goes, well, yeah, this way we'll have it. Well, when it came, she added wrong. And guess what, Gray? We had about, I don't know how many cases, with 40 bottles of water in it. I was wrong. It had 40 bottles of water, and it was $42. And she had jugs. I couldn't believe it. I said, oh, my God. I said, we got to send this to Gray, because he needs to get a laugh when he can with this doofus sending him stuff. And I'm telling you, it was unbelievable. We have water in bags from the food store all over the place. And I said, Nancy, when she said I added wrong, I said, okay, she's not good with math. And we have water. I don't have to go get it for probably 6 months. But anyway, that's...
Here, I'm trying to get your video up here.
Oh, there it is.
Here, hold on.
Oh, yeah.
Look it.
And we'll just go and get a couple cases. They can help us there, and we'll break them down and bring them in. My girl said, no.
I'll start it over. Here it is.
Yeah, okay. But we broke down about 5 of them already. 3 or 4.
Well, I'm going to play it. They can hear it. Listen.
Oh, okay. All right, good.
So we were out of water, and I said, Nance, we'll just go and get a couple cases. They can help us there, and we'll break them down and bring them in. My girl said, no, it's too hot out there for you, so I'll order it. I'll try Walmart.
You can hear it, right?
So she said it's only $25, and I'm like, Nance, we don't need that. But she convinced me to do
It was
it.
$42.
So I went in the bedroom and I'm watching TV and they delivered it. So when I came out, this isn't even all of it. This is the water. Right
That's
here.
her. That's Nancy laughing
Now,
in the
mind
background.
you,
Yeah.
there's not 12 bottles in all these. There's like 24.
Yeah.
Now, think about this. We broke down 3 or 4 cases already.
Yeah.
Broke them down and put them in bags from the store. And then, after I saw all this, I look over and there's 5.
I think they got enough
who's
water,
the used
you guys.
one, jugs. I'm thinking, now wait a minute. I know I mess up, but I'm thinking, what the hell did she do? I can't believe it.
You should do like TikTok
I
with
mean,
this stuff.
we broke down like
She
3
did.
or 4 cases. I'm sitting on a mound of water. Then we got jugs over here. I mean, I couldn't believe it. So I said, at first I was so like upset. I'm like, we need an extra room to store this. Then I had to laugh because I just don't know what she did. I said, hon, what did you do? She said, well, I think I added wrong. And as soon as she said added her math, I immediately said, well, that's it. I get it now. Her with math, forget it. So now she's got a little made-up box under here because this is so freaking heavy. She said, well, I'm going to drag this into the other room. I'm like, Nance, you're not going to drag this anywhere. This is heavy as can be. So the bottom line is, if your partner or your spouse or anything is not good with math,
Don't have more to
don't
water.
let them order stuff, have it
Okay.
delivered. And like, you just want a little stock. We're stocked up for days.
Yeah.
And like I said, this isn't even all of it. But I'll tell you what, the only good thing is, I guess we won't run out of water anytime soon.
Or a new place to
So
sit.
that's all I have to say.
There you go. There you go.
There you go.
That was good. That's pretty funny. That would be a good
Oh.
TikTok video. Or something.
I mean, Greg, you know, she's such a wonderful person. She really is, and
She seems
she looks
fun.
out, tries to look out for me. But man, oh man! But I'm glad we got a lot of water,
Yeah.
and I won't have to get it anytime soon. But listen, buddy, you concentrate more, and you know in your heart what we do, what you do, and we know what you do, and that guy or girl, whoever it is, they know what they're doing. So concentrate on your shows and the people that care. And doing what you're doing with these charities. And you know what? The hell with what other people have to say. We all know it's not right, and we believe in you. So that's all you need to know.
Yeah.
All right, Greg?
And let me ask you one last thing. Do you ever feel tricked? Like when you send a PayPal in, do you go, oh my God, I thought it was all going to the charity or something?
No, Gray, I don't, because you tell us every single night, and you tell us. And
Yeah.
here's the other thing. You can't sit there hours on freaking end, night after night, and not get paid for doing what you're doing. And you're keeping these cases alive. Who else would? You're sending more than anybody else would into these different charities. But you have to earn something while you're doing it. I mean, that's common sense. And nobody is forcing me to send in 5 cents. I send it because I want to. And if I had more, I'd do more. And all these other people would do more. I wouldn't just send it to anybody I've been on a lot of these channels when I first started with my tablet, and I got shit hooked with some. Sorry, I'm doing a lot of cursing here.
Yeah.
I got swindled, and I can tell honest from good from just trying to get your channel to get people. Because there's a lot of channels out there that have a ton of people, and I one thing I do know the Delphi case, because I've followed that forever, and I've watched you. I don't know it like you do. I might forget things, but I know that case. And some things they say and some of the theories are just out there. And, you know, just like Missy Beavers, I know that case. And the doctor in Bonita Springs, I knew that case. So the cases that I get on, I follow them and I know it. And you get to know these YouTubers. It's cutthroat. Holy God, Gray. That's why you keep a tight ship, because it's cutthroat. And then they look at somebody else and go, whoa, he's raking in this money. Yeah, how long are they on? Half an hour, an hour? Are they deep diving and doing the work that you do to and give as much as you give to charities when you don't have to?
Yeah.
That's how I feel about it. I get sick and tired of people like that.
Yeah, that's what's kind of weird about it. Is like, if I didn't donate to charity, yeah, I mean, it's almost like these people wouldn't be bitching, you know? It's like, but it's like, I'm not giving every nickel to charity. That's what they're mad about. Well,
you shouldn't. You shouldn't have to.
I know, because that's not. It's not even what I tell people. It's like, you're supporting my channel. You, the channel memberships, the super chats, PayPal's, and everything. At the end of the month, I try to send in at least 50% of the net revenue from YouTube to charity. Okay, and you know, the PayPal and everything like that. Yes, everybody, it helps. Completely pays for when I go to CrimeCon, or if I need a new computer or some crap like that.
Of course.
You know, because you know, and I use that also for charities as well to add to it. Also, you know, I mean, I don't really know how to explain it to people, but it's just.
Right. I think we all get it. I think we all get it. You know, it's like you get yourself a new computer when you need to. My God, the way you click those keys, you type so fast. I'm sure you burn a keyboard out quick, and you're on it all.
Here's what kind of sucked is that other computer that I had, you know, was about 2 years old, but it just sort of broke. And then I sent it in, and it took like a month to get it back, but they actually updated the motherboard and the chip, and it's like, now it's pretty good. now I've got like this other computer as well. I don't know what to do with. I mean, it's crazy. I mean, it's almost like I could have maybe done that and extended the longevity of it, but I don't know. It's just,
you know, Greg, I just think I just think it's a shame that, you know, you say it all the time. Look, if you don't want to, you're donating to help my channel. You're donating so I can help these different. I just lost my train of thought. You know, charities.
Yeah.
But if you don't want to do that, just hit the like button or just give to the charity yourself. You explain all that, and then when it comes to the end of the month, and you donate this amount to this charity, you show it on the computer. We all see it.
Yeah, you can even call over if you feel like it. It doesn't, you know.
What are you supposed to do? Jump up and down and I mean, I don't. It's a shame. It really is a shame that you have to go through
this. That's the thing that I read about every single day from the same idiots on every one of the channels. It's almost like they do it just sort of passive aggressively because they know it's not true, but they say it anyways. You know.
You know what,
I don't cover. I cover the Delphi case maybe once or twice a month, maybe some months not at all. And apparently that's the only case that I cover in their minds. It's really bizarre.
Gray, I hope you do cover the Delphi case. We need you to cover the Delphi case. And you know the family and everything, and they respect you. And, I mean, I just don't look. They're trying to get your goat, Gray. Don't let them do it. You're giving them. They're giving Nancy's yelling from the shower. Jealousy. Look, you're giving them too much of your time, and you're letting them. And I won't say that you're letting them get you down, but you don't have to explain all this. You explain this to us. They're putting it out there, and I know you're trying to show us. Look what he's saying. We know it's not true. The hell with them. You do what you're doing.
I'm reading it because I don't. To me, it's just ludicrous. Some of the stuff I get, like, somebody might think that maybe people don't call in because they're nervous,
afraid of you.
Yeah, because there's people who have said that before. But I'm telling you, when you call in, it's not really like that. I mean, if you want to jump in with some crazy theory, we might get in an argument. But I'm not going to be like mean and hang up the phone on you or something like that.
No.
So
no.
I mean, hey,
listen,
freaks, you got to call in more, okay? If you're
not. Yeah, you're not. Look, you call in and listen to my stupid stuff that I talk about,
I don't think so.
And you could say, "Yo, all right, enough already." Probably sometimes you'd like to say that, but you don't. And I mean, like I said, Gray, you got it. This type of business, you keep a tight ship. And if you didn't, you could see how it could go way out of whack. And I know you have. I've been on other channels. If you don't keep it together and you don't have a strong person that's behind that mic, it can go way out of whack. So, can I give you some advice? As if you're probably young enough to be my brother.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah. So listen, I would tell my brothers, God rest their soul, concentrate on what you're doing. We all love your work. We love your show. We're not going anywhere. Give them less of your time. We know what they're trying to do, and it's not going to go. You do what is in your heart, Gray, exactly what you're doing.
Well, thanks.
And the rest will fall in place.
I'm just going to keep on trucking. I do what I do.
That's it. And don't let whatever they say. I know it's tough, and I know you have tough skin, and you're not mean. You're just.
What's weird? People don't really know it, but like we've sort of like done the. I mean, I didn't really know you or anything, but like you and I have almost done like a complete 180 or so. Like I don't even remember, but it seemed like you didn't like me, and you were like on green.
No, I didn't think you liked me because I couldn't get on the channel, and I was getting on your last nerve, and because I couldn't figure out how the hell to get on there. And
no, remember it was before because you knew like you were always on like Greeno and stuff like Greeno.
Oh yeah.
So like Greeno, like way back from that time, like you didn't. Like, because he was sort of like didn't like me, I don't like him, and it just sort of turned into this.
Yeah, but I never. I was on his show because he and I found him and Randy in Delphi on the Delphi case, and I had found you and everything, but I'm a little bit, believe it or not, and I knew you'll find this hard to believe, but I was a little shy, and when I first called into you, if you, I would get a little, and I'm not saying scared, I would just get, he just snapped at me or something, and I better not. So, but now that I really have spent time with you, and you spend time with me, and I hate to say it, but Greeno's the one that I thought was a friend, and I wanted to help because, I'm 40-some years sober, and I thought I could help the kid. He was like, he could have been my son. I tried to help him, and I thought he had a good speaking voice, and he could have went places, I thought. But I didn't know him until I found out, and then I got, paid for a couple things that I never got. So I got to know, and I felt sorry that it had to turn out that way, but I'm not a fool either. And I wish him well, and I said, but that's the end of it. And then I I said, I want to try to get back on Gray's channel because I thought maybe I wasn't, I saw a lot of the donations and I thought, God, I'm retired now. I don't even know if I'd fit in at Gray's channel. But then I see how it works. And then I got to know you better. And now it's like, yeah, we have done a 180, but it's not that I didn't like you, because, Gray, if I didn't like you, I wouldn't even have tried to get on your channel. I just would have forgot about it. But I kept trying and trying. I was plucking your nerves, I'm telling you. And you hung in there, and you tried to help me, but then Nancy found out another way and to get on. So now I'm a freak. So,
well, good.
So now you have to put up with me calling in. Isn't that something?
Well, I like it. I like Nancy too. I always like it in the background. You always hear her throwing out comments.
Oh, Nancy in the back. Oh, yeah. Well, like I said, Gray, Nancy and I have been together 32 years, and she likes you too. She'll come in the living room. She'll be in the bedroom. I'll be in the living room. What are you doing? I'm talking to Gray. This is during the afternoon. Talking to Gray. I go, yeah. She goes, you get out of here, girl. And I go, yeah, I'm talking to Gray. I got to tell him something. It's funny. It is funny how it turned around 180. But you're going to be fine, and you keep your mind mostly on what you're doing, and everything will be fine. Don't give them a second thought. They're saying nasty things, and that's the end of it. It's their problem, not yours, Greg.
Yeah. Well, thank you. Well, thanks for calling in with the positive words.
Hey, anytime, Greg.
All right.
Anytime, okay?
Have a good one.
And the freaks are great.
Yeah. Say hello to Nancy.
I will.
Right.
Bye, Greg.
See you. All right, Lillian. But yeah, you guys can call in, if you ever feel like calling in during a show, just call in. Don't worry about it. Okay, so here we go. Hold on a second. Don't leave it. You don't need to remove those people. Okay. Wow, what a ridiculous comment, though. You know who that probably is. Again, the same troll over and over again. And you're also a sick person to type in what you typed in there. Wow. A bigot. Wow. Unreal. Probably one of what's-his-face's people. Yeah, it's gone. The comment's gone. No, that's okay. That was a good one to remove. Go. Well, I was going to keep showing some more comments, but maybe not. I just thought they were, they're crazy people. Oh yeah, so look at this one right here. Talking about me. Is this guy related to the victim's family by any chance? That could explain why he may be focusing so much on you and your channel. Maybe because you recently showed a photo of someone who resembles Mike Patty. But then again, if Mike Patty doesn't care about what any of you YouTubers are doing or saying about him, why is this dude bent all out of shape about it? Just ignore him and look after yourself. Get well soon, buddy. Yeah, anyways, it's not Mike Patty, by the way. Mike Patty is a pretty short person. He's like 5'6" maybe, and he's towering over the people in front of him. And it doesn't even look like him, other than the general, and you notice how it's a video that they got a still frame from, and they took it right when there was somebody kind of covering up the lower part of the face, of course. And look at this person here. They want him to post my email, trying to get a doxing attempt in here. Look at that. I'm so sorry you have COVID, Joe. If it's the Omicron, that we have here. I felt better in a couple of days. Don't push it, though. Take your time. Gray stalks your comments and fights with your subscribers. I only follow him to watch Kelsey and let her tell lies. She seems to feel comfortable with him and goes off script. You know, because they've got a script they wrote that the entire family reads, right? Yeah. He will try to steer her back on track. We won't meet you. You're far too brilliant. He won't meet you. You're far too brilliant. You intimidate him. He's so afraid of you. He's a loser. He spends his time begging, look at like begging for money, then bitches about the cost of mailing out the prize. Yeah, I do bitch about the one when you send it to Australia. It's like $20 for a notebook. He knows maps. That's it. When Kelsey is arrested, look at how stupid these people are. See, you get what I'm saying? I mean, you see the incredible ludicrousness of these people. Honest to God. I mean, just listen to this for a second. That's it. When Kelsey is arrested, he will be jobless because he can't function without her. Yeah, my whole show, I mean, I don't know if you guys are aware, my entire show relies on Kelsey. Without Kelsey German, I would not have a show at all, according to the people on that channel. That's how stupid these people are. If I didn't know Kelsey German, I wouldn't have a YouTube show. Even though I had a channel before I even knew them. No, but don't you think it's hilarious? I mean, it's actually funny how dumb they are. Look at that. That's it. When Kelsey is arrested, first of all, think how ludicrous that is. That's number one. He will be jobless because he can't function without her. Right. Because every show that I do, I consult with her. I do 28 shows a month where she has absolutely nothing to do with it. And then even the other shows that I do, she has nothing to do with it either on Delphi because she doesn't. The only time she has something to do with the Delphi case is when she's on the show. And that is, I don't know, maybe 4 times maybe in 5 years. So I'm not sure what that even means. So, don't you think that's amazing though? Stand tall, stay humble, and keep doing what you're doing. You're brilliant. Yeah, it's really brilliant to tell everybody that when Becky let me show you guys this. I'm going to show you this really quick. So it's let me just show you. This is how dumb all these people are. So it's going to be the James Renner 3D Delphi. Is that it? Yeah. This is, I went right to the video. Okay, so in this video right here of James Renner, this is one of those 3D ones where you can look around, right? It's pretty cool. All right, so there's a point in here where there's a book on the bed right there. It's like Promise Not to Tell, or I don't know if that's the book, but.
So she made this plaque surrounded by and so have a bowling park. Nice. You know, you wanted the Disney on Ices that we do.
Oh yeah. So maybe the book's right there.
Thank you for sharing.
Oh yeah, no, it's right here.
Space. This is, I mean, it just gives you a sense that.
So this is Kelsey's or Libby's room right here, and it was just painted, and then they ended up putting pictures on the wall and everything. But watch right here. See how she's standing there talking to him, and she's got a bag, and she's putting a blanket in a bag. Now watch, look how she's talking to James Renner. Watch. Now notice how that book gets knocked on the floor. Do you guys see that? But he tells you gotta watch it in slow-mo because it makes so much more difference. Here, look. Watch how the book.
I mean,
I almost feel dumb talking about it. Look at it.
This was another day for her.
See how that book hit the floor there? Did you see that? Everybody watch that again.
This was another day for her.
Apparently, she did it on purpose because nobody pulls it off like that. Look at watch.
This was another day for her.
Oh my God, she did it on purpose. Oh, look. Because she wanted to have him look at it. Promise not to tell. Hey, did you see that? So she did it all on purpose, everybody. It was a big show. He made a whole video about how nefarious that was. But let me ask you something. Why wouldn't she just hand it to him? What difference would it make? Hey, by the way, she was reading this book right here. What was the whole... I mean, what's nefarious about it? See, it's just this crazy logic these morons have. It's unbelievable. Do you see what I'm saying? What difference does it make? Does it bother you at all, anybody out there, how the book falls off the... I don't know, man. It's...
Okay, yeah. We used to have a book.
Space. This is, I mean, it just...
Okay, there it is. There it is, everybody.
This was another day for her. She left. This is sealed.
Oh, shit, the book. Oh, my God, she did it on purpose. Ooh! But let me ask you something. Let's pretend for a minute that she did knock that book off on purpose so she could bring it up. Who cares? What does it have to do with anything? It's just ridiculous. But it wasn't even that. She wasn't even looking at it. She was just... And she pulled it and went... She was trying to put the thing in the bag and then it knocked it off. But he made a whole video out that... And you should see the comments under it. Oh my God, how shady. Holy crap. There's got to be a reason, folks. There's got to be a reason, folks, why he would do that. Why she would do that. There's got to be a reason. And all it was, oh, it's about...
I don't know if that was... It may have been for her reading points. But
yeah, you wouldn't even have noticed. I didn't even... Yeah, right, exactly. You wouldn't even have noticed it because it's ludicrous. Yeah, okay, so... Gray is one of those people who has an inflated sense of their own importance. A deep... Yeah, we already went through that one. They got that right out. They printed it off of the website. Let's see. Where is it? Let me go down. There's so many. It's just... Bro, I watched him once before. I knew what was even going on and bored me to sleep. The dude is a joke. Yeah, I mean, look at yourself in the mirror, Scott. Okay? He is not a true investigator, but a narrative pusher. Yes, everybody, I push a narrative. I have these secret narratives that are fed to me by the law enforcement agencies around the country, and I push them upon people because, yeah, it's just incredible. All right, I posted on his page. He was a shill, and I unsubscribed. That was before I even heard of you. You, to me, are a true investigator. Yeah, investigator who talks about a book being slid off of a bed. Investigator, as you look at everything, he's a jerk. I knew he was boring and ignorant, but did not know he was a cyberbully till now. Really? A cyberbully till now? He's the one that sent me an email. Okay? Wow. That's ridiculous. These people are crazy. Haha, I love it. See, that's one of the ones that's automatic. They didn't even read it, but that would make sense to any video. Bro, you never have to worry about me listening to that idiot. I assure you. Hey, bro, can you like me? Look at how hard this guy wants the guy. Hey, bro, hey, bro, you never have to worry about me. Oh, it's not working. He's not responding. Let me say something more, bro. I've watched him before, and I knew that... Yeah. You have all of us to support you. I do not watch Hughes, and I just enjoy your content. And please keep creating videos. Take care, and we're all here for you. Yeah, that's good stuff. That is awesome. Wow. Yeah, is that amazing though, you guys? I'm just saying, I mean, it's to me it's mind-boggling that people have a perception like that. I don't even know if they actually have a perception. They're just saying what the guy they think the guy would want to hear, because they want this crazy psycho person who, at his own admission, was reported to the FBI 8 years ago and threatened to murder people twice on his channel, and then his channel was struck, so he pretended that he took it down for 30 days, and then he came back up, renamed it, repackaged it, and started making videos again. And he does the same damn videos that he was before. He hasn't changed anything that he's doing. It's exactly the same. No difference. He should actually go back to the same name that he had. Yeah. So, hey, I stayed on for another... Wow. We're almost at 4 hours again. Yeah, it's wild. I don't know. I don't consider people like him, of his ilk, as my mom would say, to be part of the true crime community. They're just a conspiracy theory channel covering a true crime case at that minute. Hey, thank you, Bangkok. Thank you very much. And tell me how. Can you fill in how, Bangkok? It's the same guy over and over again. Forget it. Well, are you guys still here? Because I'm about done now. So at the end there, thank you to I'm going to do those. Thank you to all of those ones. Zozo again, Zozo again, Zozo again, with a cat eye, basically a quadruple cat eye if you add them all up. And then Quietly Frozen, the Velvet Army with a cat eye, and then Zozo again with another quadruple cat eye. Then Quietly Frozen again, my secondary wife, Jennifer Dotson, and Loretta Reyes at the very end there. And then Angela Alex, 10 months, MUNTS. All right, so here we go. I'm going to spin, and we're going to do two. I'm going to spin and do, I guess we'll do the everything mug and 2 notebooks. All right, we'll do the everything mug from yesterday because it Quietly Frozen put it back in. But it wasn't, it was a little slow early in the month, so it'd be good to make up for a little bit of that. Yeah, look at that, you guys. There we go. I just added you in there, Loretta. I just did it right at the end. Wait, what did you say? Yeah, need to add me too. Yeah. Yep, right there. I got you in there. So this is for, the first one's for the everything mug, and then the second one will be for the one of these notebooks right here. All right. And it's weird too because Lisa Holland, she was supposed to get a notebook a while ago, and she never got it. So I sent her another notebook, and then I sent her a mug for her not getting the notebook, and she got the mug, but she never got the notebook again. I mean, what the hell is that? That's crazy. That's Looney Tunes stuff. So I actually sent her a mug for not getting the notebook, and then she still hasn't got the notebook, even though I sent it out last week. Maybe some people haven't got them yet. They say it can take up to a week when you do the book rate, but some people get it quick. All right, so here is the everything mug. All right, here we go.
Oh, it was like the smallest little click away from Zozo. Oh, but it's another spin because Quietly Frozen doesn't want it. Alright, so here we go again. Shuffle, shuffle, shuffle. She told me that earlier. She doesn't like my products. I'm kidding, she didn't say that. Oh, look at that. Zozo wins the everything mug. You can pick a different mug if you want. Alright, Zozo, you can pick, oh, you want to spin again? Okay. You sure about that? Okay. Alright, here we go, here we go. And this will be a spin again too, right? Hey, the Velvet Army. Isn't that amazing how it works mathematically? But sometimes the one does win. Spin again, Velvet Army, or do you want that one? Oh, now we're getting, look at. Eugenie! All right. Do you have the notebook, Eugenie? Would you rather have the notebook? You've won before, right? I don't know what you've won now. I don't know if you're still there, Eugenie, but... Yeah, he's never watched anything. He's just, he's a really crappy person, okay? And it's not, you know, nothing against the guy, it's just not a good person. You can tell. I mean, anybody that threatens to murder people live on a show and in comments that he sends to people, you know, they're just not a good person at that point. All right, well, let Eugenie know. So these are going to be for the notebooks now. All right, here we go. For the notebook. Oh, look at that. It's going to be Cairo. 3 in a row there. I must have sorted it. But anyways, Cairo wins a notebook. So Cairo, if you're out there on your lonely journey across the country, make sure to send me your address and we'll ship off that notebook for when you get back into town one day. Alright, here we go. One more. Oh wait, quietly froze, so she doesn't want it. Shovel, shovel, shovel. I must not have typed it in right. So here we go. Paulette Leonard, you won the notebook. Yes. Spin again? Jesus, there's gonna be nobody left at the end. Okay, here we go. Oh, Jennifer Dotson. Hey, are you still out there, Kit Kat? So Jennifer Dotson, you just won yourself a notebook. So you have to email me your address and then I'll send it over there. Yeah, very cool. Yeah, so email me your address to grayhuze2 at gmail. It's also in the description of the video, but
GRAYHUZE2 @gmail.com. Okay. And thanks for all the freaks who passed it along for other people to win. Very cool. All right. Got it. Well, thank you guys for hanging out here, and thanks Lillian for calling in and watching your crazy video with all the water. Wow. But anyways, thank you also for making me hanging out. Just let me go through some of those crazy things. It's just kind of wanted you to see what other people say all the time. I mean, it's just on those channels, though. It's weird, Like when I go over to John Lorden's channel or somebody, they don't talk like that. It's weird. So it's just sort of the bottom-feeding dregs of YouTube, where you've got these crazy people who, it's just, I don't know what to say. That's why it doesn't really bother me that much, because I know that the intelligence level of people who believe that kind of stuff is really low, really low. So anyways, thank you guys very much for being here, and I really appreciate it. And make sure to check out GHI The Missing Network, or go over to Discord if you're a channel member. There's a link in the community section. I put a new one up there today. You can go check out Discord and hang out over there. It's a little easier to use now. Okay, so thank you guys, and tomorrow should be pretty interesting. Have on Kathy and Casey, and we're going to go, and they're going to be on, so think of things to ask. I really want to sort of dive into, more of the conversations that she remembers having with her daughter, and, more about the relationship between Joey and Jennifer, that kind of thing. And just kind of maybe get more dialed in on the maps and everything, and then maybe strategize on how to get more stuff going on in their case. It just seems 18 years for a case like that, ludicrous, absolutely ludicrous. I bet any legitimate detective that spends any time at all could figure that one out and get something to a prosecutor. Easy. All right, you guys. Well, thank you all for being here tonight. We'll see you guys tomorrow. And as I always say, everybody, until next time, be safe out there. And a 2 and a 3 and a 4 and a
5 and a 6 and a 7 and an 8 and a 9
and a 10 and 11.
This whole time, I have not seen
one person. Oh my God. That is a crime dissector, plug rejector. I'm a certified human lie detector. Gonna get ya
on a stretcher
if you try and play me like an
old projector.
Crime sector is my nectar.
Professor Ray is gonna give another lecture. Crime collector, freak connector, and I'm always gonna be a pup protector, fool deflector, interceptor,
and I'm meaner than a spectre with a
vector
on his spectre. With all respect, y'all, just remember I've a temper fucking check, y'all. I have no agenda,
I'm a pretender,
and I'll serve it to you straight without the blender.
And in the end,
I'm gonna send ya on a mission to reveal the true offender.
Alright, everybody.
Let's get right back to work. Alright, everybody. Talk to you. Maybe we should do like one route around on a flyby. I don't know why. It just feels like that would feel good right now. How about that? One time around. One time. We gotta do it. We gotta do it. It's always fun or get over in this spot here. Oh, there we go. Finally. Let me go to that first one. I like the other one. How about this one? There really isn't any better places than these on Google Earth, so. And this song is called Furious Freaks, which is amazing. What are the odds?
This is cool, Gray. Gee. Hey, Gray, that was cool, man. Yeah, I remember that. It sucked. Hey, Gray, what about Tom Bunyan's toilet? Hey, Gray, that's the Grand Canyon, gee! Hey, Gray, it's Paul Bunyan's toilet! Right there, look! I just got flushed down the toilet, Gray! Yay! nebulae. It's a nebulae, Gray. It's a nebulae.
Would you shut the hell? Oh my God! I heard you the first time. Yeah, it's a nebulae. Okay, it's called Igluglug Laka.
Are you sure, Gray? God, that's weird.
Well, yeah, I'm sure it exists. There's trillions and trillions of nebulae out there. So you figure that's got to be a name somewhere out there.
Oh, good point. Okay. Good night, everybody. Gee.
Wow. I mean, what? Okay. Why did you need to say Gee?
Because I wanted to, Gray. Good.
Oh my God, man, this is it's getting pretty crazy. All right, you guys. We'll see you tomorrow. And as I always say, everybody, until next time, be safe out there. Okay, anyways. See you later. Bye-bye.
Hello?
No, the show's over, Mary Lou.
Well, I haven't been able to say anything in a long time.
Are you crying, John Boy?
No, I am not.
I heard you cry. I really did.
Well, you cry all the time.
No, I don't, John Boy.
Oh my God. What a bunch of drama queens. All right, bye-bye.